Are we good for YouTube, guys? YouTube is good? Awesome. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We apologize for the delay, technical difficulties over here. Thanks for joining us. Today is Tuesday, February 10th, 2026, and this is the regular meeting of the Litchfield Elementary School District Governing Board. I hereby call this meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is going to be the Pledge of Allegiance. If you could please stand and join us. Next, we're going to take a moment of silent reflection, but before we do, I would just like to, we wanted to make sure our community was aware that Miss Belen Soto Moreno passed away this week, and so we would like to keep her family and friends and loved ones, especially the whole Belen Soto community, in our hearts as we are taking that moment to just have them, wish them well as they're going through this time. Thank you. Next, we are going to move on to our recognitions and celebrations, and this is going to be led by Executive Director Nuanez.
Madam President, Governing Board members, Dr. Davidson, fellow cabinet members, and guests, both present online. Tonight, it is with immense pride that we celebrate the outstanding achievements of our newest and recertified National Board Certified teachers. National Board Certification is one of the highest designations a teacher can achieve. This prestigious accomplishment reflects not only extraordinary professional excellence, but is an unwavering commitment to students, instructional mastery, and lifelong learning. It is a distinction that represents the very best of the teaching profession and the very best of Litchfield Elementary School District. Under the leadership of our district's candidate support providers and with the steadfast support and commitment of our governing board and executive cabinet, LESD 79 is creating classrooms where students consistently benefit from nationally recognized instructional excellence, ensuring every Litchfield learner experiences high-quality teaching every single day. This remarkable achievement exemplifies our district's mission of providing Litchfield learners a clear path to educational success, ensuring they receive the highest quality instruction from some of the best educators in the state. So tonight, we'd like to honor our new MBCTs, Miss Jamie Schnepp from Litchfield Elementary School, Norma Coria from Barbara Roby Elementary School. Come on up as I call your name. Go ahead and come on up here. Miss Abby Field from Corte Sierra Elementary School. Wendy Maldonado from Belen Soto Elementary School. And our recert for this year is Julie Larson, Rancho Santa Fe Elementary School. Please join us in congratulating these dedicated teachers for their hard-earned success and dedication to excellence. Your commitment strengthens our district, elevates our profession, and reaffirms our promise to every Litchfield learner and their future success. Congratulations to each of you. You are an inspiration to all of us.
You guys come on up. We're going to take a big old photo. Yeah, good.
All right. So also tonight, we proudly celebrate an extraordinary achievement for Litchfield Elementary School District, and in particular, Rancho Santa Fe Elementary School. There you go. Yay, Rancho! The ranch. After a successful appeal process with the Arizona Department of Education, Rancho Santa Fe has officially earned its designation as an A-rated school. This powerful recognition of excellence, perseverance, and integrity. Initially, the school fell just 0.01, let me say that one more time, 0.01 points short of an A rating due to documented technical difficulties during the testing process. Rather than accepting an outcome that did not truly reflect the performance of their students and staff, Rancho Santa Fe's leadership team, with the guidance of Director of Assessment and Accountability, Brian Owen, engaged in a thorough and transparent appeal process, one grounded in evidence, advocacy, and accountability. That process not only corrected the record, it affirmed what this community already knows, that Rancho Santa Fe is an A-rated school in every sense of the word. This achievement speaks to the resilience of the staff, the dedication of the school leadership, the partnership of the families, and the perseverance of students who rise to high expectations every day. So tonight, we also celebrate all of our A-rated schools across the district, schools whose success is the result of sustained excellence, intentional leadership, and a deep commitment to the student growth and achievement. Those schools are Belen Soto Elementary School, under Principal Courtney Frazier. Dreaming Summit Elementary School, Principal Michelle Hill. Verado Heritage Elementary School, Principal Meredith Noche. Verado Elementary School, Principal Sarah Fantasia. Verado Middle School, Principal Christy Sartiano. L. Thomas Heck Middle School, Principal Kara Fox. Litchfield Elementary School, Principal Denise Lundberg. And Palm Valley Elementary School, Principal Dr. Kimberly Hill. Okay, I didn't miss anybody, right?
L.
L.
Thomas Heck
Heck.
is Principal
I was checking. He's
Jenke.
back there. I saw him. I'm just double checking him.
I know, but we said the wrong name. It's Principal Jenke.
All right. L. Thomas Heck, principal. Who's principal there? Mr. Luke Jenke. Yeah. All right. These schools do not achieve excellence by chance. A ratings are not awarded. They are earned through hard work, high standards, strong leadership, dedicated educators, engaged families, and an unwavering focus on student success. Each of these campuses reflect what is possible when excellence is intentional and commitment is collective. And while tonight we celebrate these A schools, this recognition in no way diminishes the extraordinary work happening across all of our campuses in our district. Every single LESD 79 school is filled with hardworking educators, dedicated leaders, and committed staff who show up each day for their students. Their work matters, their impact is real, and their commitment to the Litchfield learner is unwavering. We are confident that the day will come when every school in our district proudly stands as an A-rated school because the dedication, the talent, and the heart exist already in each and every one of our buildings. To our principals, leadership teams, teachers, support staff, and school communities, thank you for your dedication to the success of our Litchfield learners. Your work is changing lives, shaping futures, and setting a standard of excellence across our district. So congratulations to all of our A-rated schools. This is a moment of pride for our entire LESD 79 district community and a powerful reminder that what we can achieve together is absolutely amazing because together we can. Congratulations, A schools.
As everyone's walking up, I do want to do a special shout out to two of our A schools, though, because they started out last year as C schools, and they went from being C schools to A schools. So special shout out to Dreaming Summit Elementary and L. Thomas Heck.
Yes.
In the past, we'd be like,
Stand in the back though.
All right, everybody looking at the camera. Can you see the camera? If you can see the camera, it sees you. And in 3, 2, 1. Yay! Yay! Congratulations, everybody. I'm proud to be part of this team.
One more point that wasn't made also was with the change for Rancho Santa Fe being bumped up from a B school to an A school, yay, that means that Litchfield Elementary School District is now being an A-rated district again, which we have always deserved. So shout out to all of our schools that helped make that happen. Thank you guys for joining us. We know you're all going to sneak off now that, the fun stuff is over, so we totally understand. We're going to move on to the really fun conversations. Okay, everyone. Next up on the agenda is going to be public comment. I'm going to read this little disclaimer, and then we just have one speaker today. Pursuant to Arizona Revised Statutes ARS 38-431.01H, this agenda item provides an open call to the public, allowing individuals to address the governing board on any issue within the jurisdiction of the board. Items not listed on the agenda may be brought to the governing board's attention under this section of the agenda. Due to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, the governing board cannot discuss or take any action on items not listed on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, response to public comment about matters not appearing on the agenda will be limited to individual board members who may ask staff to study the matter, respond to any criticism, or ask that the matter be put on a future agenda for further consideration and discussion at a later date. Please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes, and no more than 30 minutes will be devoted to public comment portion of the agenda. When you approach the podium, please state your name for the record. Our speaker today is going to be Melissa Crone.
Okay. Can I speak here? Yes? Okay. Hi, I'm Melissa Crone. My kids go to Wigwam Creek Middle School, and I am born and raised here, so I know all about these schools. And I have an issue right now that I don't know if you guys are aware of, but there is a class that my kids are both in. It's an elective class. It's called Media Tech, and they both really enjoy it. And my niece was in that class. My nephew was in that class. I've had many friends, kids be in this class, and it's like one of their favorite classes. The teacher has things all over his room where kids have contacted him from way beyond, saying the stuff that they learned in this class has really helped them in the future. And there's even like YouTubers, influencers, and stuff like that because of the stuff they learned in this classroom. So the reason I'm talking about it is because my kids right now are in this class, and they're struggling because they don't have internet. It has been addressed, and it's still not happening. And they have very old computers that don't work with a lot of things. So the teacher's actually having to use their own hotspot on their own phone to get the programs to actually work for class. So he basically doesn't have a functioning class right now. So I'm just bringing this to your guys' attention because I'm not sure what else to do, because my kids love this class. Like, they look forward to it. They tell me, ooh, today is Mr. Keel Day today. So I think that's really cool. I think that's neat. My daughter's actually here, and she said there's a girl that used to always be late to class, but now that she's in this class, she's always on time. So even she notices the difference. But so I don't know what else to do. I feel like my hands are tied on this, so this was my only option, I felt. And I probably could have brought a lot of crowd, but I didn't have a lot of forethought on this. So I don't know. Is that it? Is that all I have to do? Okay. All right. Thank you. And again, Wigwam Creek Middle School.
Thank you. Maybe somebody from district can follow up with this parent. Thank you. We are going to move on now to the adoption of the agenda and consideration of the consent agenda. I'll go through and see if there are any items that anyone wishes to pull from consent. I'll start with Ms. Wallace.
None for me, thank you.
Mr. Mikes?
Yeah, 6.8 and 6.12, please.
Mr. Owens?
No thanks.
Ms. Moran?
No additional items to pull, thank you.
Okay. With that, if somebody would like to make a motion minus 6.8 and 6.12.
I move to approve the consent agenda minus 6.8 and 6.12 as presented.
I second.
Having a motion from Mr. Owens and a second from Ms. Wallace, I'll call for the vote. Ms. Wallace?
Yay.
Mr. Mikes?
Yay.
Mr. Owens?
Yay.
Ms. Moran?
Yay.
I am also yay. Motion passes. Okay. We will now move on to what will now be 7.1. And Mr. Mikes, since you pulled this off, would you like to ask a question, or do you just want them to talk about it?
Yeah, in reality, I just wanted to take an opportunity because of the size of the project and just a chance to kind of fill the public in a little bit more as far as what's going on. With to not exceed 1.4 million for the restrooms at Western Sky Middle School. So just thought this was a good chance to kind of get some stuff out, and maybe if we have some questions afterwards, I'd appreciate it.
Dan, do you mind if I start us off, and then I'll hand it over to you? All right. So I just wanted to share that this is part of the bond program from the bond that our community most recently passed. This is part of the renovations of existing facilities, part of the bond program. And this particular item speaks to a renovation of the restrooms at Western Sky. I'll hand it over to Dan to talk more about the specifics of the project, but I just wanted to provide that funding context before we get started. Thank you.
President Zinema, members of the board, my name is Dan Ensign, Director of Construction for Litchfield School District. At Western Sky Middle School, it was built in 1991 with the addition of the 500 around 1999. The bathrooms throughout the campus are in need of repair, and the cost to repair each little bit and piece was just becoming too much, so we're going for a more in-depth remodel of each of those spaces. When I say remodel, it's more of just upgrading and updating each of the pieces of inside of each restroom. We're going to touch every single restroom throughout the entire campus, focusing mostly on the student spaces, especially in the pods. So 600, 700, 800, and 500 pod. They'll be taken all the way back down to the studs and put back together. Other restrooms that are staff, less things have happened to those spaces, they'll receive like paint, new fixtures, updated fixtures, lights, toilets, hand sinks, things like that. So they'll all get touched, but just to different degrees. And that's the entire campus at Western Sky. It'll start the day school ends this summer, and we're shooting everything to get it done before school opens. That's the schedule right now.
We feel pretty confident with the completion by the end of the summer.
We are. We've selected a JOC contractor that's done this kind of work before. Specifically, they did the same kind of work at Desert Edge, and they got it all completed over there. We can't say that something might pop up. You know, we'll never say that. But we do plan on having them completed before the end of the summer.
Okay, Ms. Wallace, did you have any questions or comments about this item?
I did not.
Mr. Mikes, any?
No more for me. I appreciate that.
Mr. Owens?
No, thanks.
Ms. Moran?
My only comment is having 3 children who went through Western Sky in recent and not so recent years, this is so much appreciated. This is long overdue, and so I'm glad that we are listening to the current and prior students and parents and hearing what they're saying about what we need to do to help make this campus better for our students. And I'm glad that we have the money through the bond program to be able to do this and prioritize this.
I have no questions either. I'm just appreciative of our community that supports us when we have gone out for bonds in the past so that we are able to do this for our students and they don't have to continue having bathrooms that are less than great for them. So thank you for your work and for sharing the information. If someone would like to make a motion.
Yes.
Move to approve 7.1.
I second.
Having a motion from Mr. Mikes and a second from Ms. Wallace, I'll call for the vote. Ms. Wallace?
Yay.
Mr. Mikes?
Yay.
Mr. Owens?
Yay.
Ms. Moran?
Yay.
I am a yay. Motion passes. Okay, now we are going to move on to what will be 7.2. Again, Mr. Mikes, you pulled this, or do you want them to talk about this? This is the same thing, so.
Yeah, pretty much the same opportunity to kind of get a little presentation on it, and if we have any other questions.
So again, I'll just share the same funding context of that this is supported by the most recent bond program. And this construction project is truly connected to ensuring that we have enough space at Palm Valley to support the conversion into a K-8 campus. I'll hand it over to Mr. Ensign to talk more about the details of the construction project. Thank you.
President Zinema, members of the board. Currently, if you're at Palm Valley, you'll see construction going on now, which is adding 9 classrooms directly next to the original portables that are there. Those 9 classrooms are general education classrooms. They're intended for the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade type students. They're modular buildings. They're built down in Tucson. You may have read my board reports in the past. They're built down in Tucson and then shipped up and placed in, put into place. They will have concrete floors, drywall, all of the things that looks like a regular, it's not a portable, it's a modular building. What we're going for this evening is to remove the existing portable buildings that are there. I do not have the exact dates, so don't hold me on it, but I think they were built in 1995. They were put into place. They were used when we got them. They've been in place and served the students well throughout those years. It's time to remove them And in their place, we're going out to build 3 additional classrooms that'll be more science-based classrooms that'll serve the 6th, 7th, and 8th that'll be next to it in the 9 classrooms.
Thank you. Ms. Wallace, did you have any questions?
Is this looking at a similar timeline that these will be, when will these come down and the new ones be put in place?
So they're going to follow the same schedule that we have for the original 9, except for it's 1 year later. So we currently have not started that design process with them. So it's literally, we're just swapping 1 year to the next. So during this next year, we're going to be doing the same thing we're doing with these 9 classrooms. And the intention is to remove the portables either this summer or in the fall and then put them into place. So it'll be not this year, but it'll be the following year that they will open. If not sooner, but that is the current schedule.
Mr. Mikes?
No more questions for me, thanks.
Mr. Owens?
None for me, thanks.
Ms. Moran?
Nothing for me.
No questions if someone would like to make a motion.
Make a motion to approve item 7.2.
I second.
Having a motion from Mr. Mikes and a second from Ms. Wallace, I'll call for a vote. Ms. Wallace?
Yay.
Mr. Mikes?
Yay.
Mr. Owens?
Yay.
Ms. Moran?
Yay.
I'm also a yay. Motion passes. Okay, we are going to move right into our action items. We will start with the Arizona Aspire lease agreement for L. Thomas Heck. This is going to be led by CFO Vaughn.
Madam President, members of the Governing Board, Superintendent Davidson, colleagues, and community, thank you for joining us tonight to discuss the potential lease being considered for a portion of the L. Thomas Heck campus. This lease is a strong example of good stewardship of resources. It also demonstrates a strong opportunity to build relationships with a community partner. We do believe approving this lease is what is in the best interest of children. This lease puts a portion of the L. Thomas Heck campus to good use with AZ Aspire Private Day School. It will help offset some of the cost of running the campus and not pull students away from our offerings. AZ Aspire is what's called a private day school, and what that means is they provide very specialized special education services to students that are placed there through the work of IEP teams, primarily at local school districts or even charter schools. The terms of the lease goes through June of 2033 with a base rent of $230,000, a portion of utilities based on square footage, and a potential charge for playground usage, a meal rate charge, and a potential opportunity to cater meals from our food service operations to all of their locations. This lease also includes a discount for any student who may attend from Litchfield Elementary School District of 50%. There is no constituent group that will be negatively impacted by this change due to the phased approach of boundary changes and the repurposing we've instituted with L. Thomas Heck campus. However, we do believe that this rental opportunity will support the district constituents positively by infusing resources to help offset some of the costs of operating the campus. If approved tonight, the plan would be to facilitate AZ Aspire moving in on July 1st. We would then relocate some district departments to the space and determine best use of any facilities that may become vacant in that process. The team and I are available to answer any questions you may have on the partial lease of L. Thomas Heck.
Ms. Wallace, did you have any questions?
I do not have any questions, thank you.
Mr. Mikes?
Do you happen to know roundabout, this doesn't have to be exact, as far as, so I see in the lease, it's leasing out about 12,800 square feet. Do you know what that leaves of usable square footage that we would have left?
I could do some math. They're renting out approximately 14% of the square footage of the location. An initial conversations with AZ Aspire, they were interested in additional space beyond that as well, but don't need it presently. And so we have structured this lease agreement to allow them to grow into additional space in El Tomasek that would be rented to them at the same square footage rate that is presently in the lease. So there are a number of classrooms very close to where they do intend to take use of the facility that we will hold essentially mostly unused, with the intention that they may be able to grow into that space. And even further, they're helping of us, pay for that campus.
As far as being prepared, thank you, by the way, but as far as being prepared for that July move-in, what does that look like? What is that going to take from us to
Sure.
have that ready?
Upon approval tonight, we'll be scheduling a kind of operations type meeting with AZ Aspire. That'll include an additional walkthrough of the campus, identifying what, if any, furniture that we don't have use for they would like to remain in the space, as well as planning around how many meals, for example, that they might like our food service operations to provide. That will drive to a certain extent any food service staffing that we might think might be appropriate to remain at that El Tomasek campus. And then we will be working to finalize, from a district perspective, what departments make sense to move over there and timelines for that movement.
Thank you.
Mr. Owens, did you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Moran?
I don't have any additional questions because we've discussed, and this is not a surprise. It's not the first time that we're seeing these numbers and talking through this, but I do want to make a comment that this is part of a long-term, thoughtful plan that is a phased approach to effectively utilizing our assets. And we're going to have to continue to talk about different types of utilization of our spaces as time goes on. And this is all to hopefully positively impact the long-term sustainability of the district. So I am all in favor of this, and I appreciate the outside the box thinking and the work that went into coming up with this plan for the LTH campus once we knew Troy Gilbert was happening, and just being able to utilize our resources in this way, I think is really smart. And it's a little bit scary because it's kind of a long-term agreement, right? But we're not going anywhere. So it's really a short-term agreement in the long run in the scheme of it. So, and I really appreciate also that we're going to look at fair market value after a certain period of time to make sure that we're competitive with our rental income, which also will help with the sustainability. So I appreciate that.
I don't have any questions, but thank you guys for getting this together and making sure that we can meet our deadlines that we set for ourselves as far as when we're going to move our students to Troy Gilbert, and then having this campus be available and having people ready to move in right away. So I feel like that's a win for our district, that we're not just going to have that sitting there while we're figuring it out. So thank you to you guys for all the work that you put in to make sure that this happens. With that, if anybody would like to make a motion.
I move to approve the lease between AZ Aspire and LESD 79 as presented.
I will second.
Having a motion from Mr. Owens and a second from Ms. Moran, I'll call for the vote. Ms. Wallace?
Yay.
Mr. Mikes?
Yay.
Mr. Owens?
Yay.
Ms. Moran?
Yay.
I'm also a yay. Motion passes. Okay, next we are going to move on to our social studies adoption for 6th through 8th grade, and this is going to be presented by Mrs. Benjamin.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the Governing Board. I'm excited to be able to bring forward a recommendation for a social studies curriculum. We've had committee work happening all year long let's see, which way? There we go. And so the purpose of the presentation is to talk about the curriculum adoption process and the committee work that we've been doing, share the timeline, and then present the committee's recommendation with the hope that the board will approve that. The social studies adoption is for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and it does fit all of the keystones of readiness, resources, and relationships. And so why do we need a social studies curriculum adoption? A curriculum map was created many years ago by the Westside Impact and teachers and has not been consistently updated. So currently our social studies and histories teachers are using a map that is focused around Arizona standards, but those links that the websites that they might be having, the articles that they might be reading have not been updated, so there could be issues or concerns with that. Primary sources vary by classroom and require significant teacher-created supplementation. Not all material on that may have been board approved, so that is another concern. A board-adopted curriculum provides structured, consistent scope and sequence across all of our middle school classrooms, really making sure that no child has a lottery if they're moving from one school to another. We know that the social studies, what they've been learning in each classroom is going to be consistent. It also ensures instruction is delivered at a high rigor of the Arizona standards with inquiry, literacy, and performance tasks that match what students are expected to know and be able to do. Additionally, it provides that consistency that we just talked about between classes and schools, and if staffing changes were to occur at the middle school as well. And then it strengthens instructional quality and efficiency, especially with our social studies and history teachers probably have the biggest burden for trying to plan because they're pulling different things and having to search for that, where not that they still wouldn't be able to do some of that, but it would already be done for them with this curriculum, and then they could supplement based on what they want to dig in a little bit more. So the big picture, the social studies committee work, we started in September. We sent an email to all of our social studies and history teachers, our middle school instructional coaches, our principals, and our assistant principals. We had 7 social studies teachers respond that they wanted to be a part of that committee. We had 3 instructional or district coaches, and then our teaching and learning director was also a part of this committee. We met 6 times throughout the last several months, and we also had 6 teachers pilot the 2 final products that we were looking at. We did go out for an RFP. You guys approved that back in, I think, September. That RFP, we then had the committee come together to align what were we looking for, what were the big ideas that we really needed to make sure focused with the curriculum. So I'll share that in just a second. We had 4 vendors respond and submitted proposals, and then our committee reviewed all 4 of those responses. And we asked the committee, do you want the top 3? Do you want all 4? Do you want 2? How many of these do you want to come in? And the committee agreed that they just wanted the top 2 to move forward. So those top 2 curriculum companies came in for an opportunity to share all of the information, and then we also provided the pilot for those 2 programs, and then we also had those 2 curriculums out for public review for the curriculum adoption. And that public review was from October, and it's actually still out in the district office right now. So our committee determined that the goal for the curriculum that they were seeking, and what's kind of fun is that this was unanimous. The team started out with, they all had their own things that they were really looking for, and then we narrowed it down, and the top things were the same across the board. They wanted up-to-date, accurate social studies content that fully aligned to the Arizona Social Studies standards. They wanted accessible learning curriculum for learners with differentiation, with scaffolding. They wanted it to make sure that it had a lot of literacy and writing skills. They wanted higher level thinking. They wanted hands-on opportunities. They wanted to analyze sources, evaluate evidence, communicate claims, a lot of that writing piece again. And then they also really wanted to make sure that they had opportunity for books in hands. They did not want everything to be on the computer, and they were very adamant that, yes, they would like a computer component, but they also wanted to make sure that they had workbooks and that kids could be reading out of a book. So the top two curriculums that the committee chose was Cengage, which is National Geographic. Some of the great things about the National Geographic was the visuals and storytelling. They had some really incredible hooks and videos that captured students' interest. They had inquiry and critical thinking. There was a middle school curriculum lens. It really was inquiry-based, which was great. And then, of course, National Geographic had wonderful pictures, and so that was super clear. They also had some really engaging activities, and the teacher companions had different engagement activities as well. Whoops, wrong way. The other curriculum that was a final was SAVIS. SAVIS was built around inquiry. Lessons followed a repeated structure. I do want to stop and say SAVIS used to be Pearson. Pearson is the assessment company that we use for AASA and many other assessments. They stopped doing curriculum, and SAVIS was formed out of Pearson. So just a little bit of background for you. The lessons in SAVIS was about connecting, investigating, synthesizing. They wanted, it was very consistent from classroom to classroom. The platform for online was very teacher-friendly. It was easy to merge with Google Docs. There was a lot of resources that were built into it. The videos were great, so there was an easy digital management. And then there was a big bank of ready-to-use enrichment activities that the teachers had access to. So 6 of our teachers chose to pilot, and the pilot requirements were that whatever you chose to do in one curriculum, you had to do something very similar in the other. So if you were going to do an entire unit, you had to do a unit in one, and then you had to do a unit in the other. If you were going to do 2 lessons, you had to do 2 lessons in one and 2 in the other. We wanted to try and keep that very consistent, but we also didn't want to tell teachers what they had to do with that because it was based on where they were at in their current maps. So the teachers were very committed. They worked with the companies to make sure that they could access the online portals. The companies sent us the student books, the teacher books, so they had the teacher planning, they had the student guides to be able to look at, and then they also had the online platform. The team was unanimous with what they were agreeing to. The committee reviewed so when they came back after the pilot, they said they really preferred SAVIS over Cengage. And then we didn't just decide that that was where we were going to stop. Then we came back together and we looked at the standards and we dove into both of the curriculums to make sure that we weren't missing anything. So just because you piloted it and you liked one versus the other, did that still match the standards? And so we dug in. And we found that SAVIS hit the Arizona State standards much more thoroughly than Cengage did. For some of the things, there was only a paragraph in the National Geographic versus SAVIS had multiple units that you could utilize and enrichment opportunities. So then we still didn't make a full decision, even though the team was unanimous twice now. They were unanimous on the pilot, and then also after we did the standards, it was right before winter break, and we said, hold off, let's continue to pilot, let's continue to look through it, and we'll come back together in January to make that final decision. That final decision is SAVIS. The Social Studies Committee unanimously decided that. For 6th grade, it would be My World History Interactive with World History Early Ages. 7th grade would be Global Studies. And 8th grade, they had 2 options. So this was where it kind of got interesting. They had the iCivics, and then they also had the American history. And in 8th grade, both standards are met in both books. And we looked to see which ones would be best to meet our 8th grade standards. And the teachers felt that the civics book was what they wanted in hand for the students. And SAVIS worked with us and said that we could have online for the American history, and we could have that for free if we were to purchase. So the 8th grade will be able to get both, but the civics will be the book in hand. So in SAVIS, we kind of talked a little bit about the inquiry cycle. Students can analyze primary and secondary sources. They've got a lot of reading and writing, which was what the teachers really were wanting. Teachers are getting ready to teach lessons that are clear with pacing. They've got some great materials with videos, with enrichment activities, with differentiation strategies and digital tools, as well as the books for students to be able to read and write in with the companions. We talked a little bit about the differentiation already. It has built-in scaffolds, it has accessible text, it has vocabulary support. This is going to be useful for our EL students as well as for our students in special education. And it meets a diverse learner's needs because not only is there differentiation for those supports, there's also the enrichment as needed as well. Here's the cost. This would be for 4 years worth of the materials for the print, the teacher's books, and the students' hardback books. This is approved out of our capital funds and has been money that has been already set aside. So this is not M&O, this would be capital funds to be able to provide this curriculum. So our next steps would be approval from the board to select SAVIS for 6 through 8 social studies. We will then get busy with ordering the curriculum. We would like to have the curriculum in teachers' hands this spring so that they can start to dabble with it, experience it, we can do some training with it, and then in the fall is when it would be required to be utilized. And I just want to do a big shout out to this committee. They gave up a lot of their own personal time. This was after school hours. We were late in the evening at support services, and they were committed because they love their students and they love their content, and they really came together. And initially, a few of them came because they were not wanting curriculum, and they left pretty excited. So I am here to answer any questions that you might have about the social studies curriculum, the adoption, or anything else.
Ms. Wallace, did you have any questions or comments?
I just thank you for the thoroughness of going through this and how you have had the teachers try this and really give their feedback. This seems like a really great process, and I trust that this will be a really engaging curriculum for the students. I think that science and social studies are very important in the middle school years, and I look forward to them having a great curriculum to work through. I know you briefly mentioned it on the slide, but I have received a couple emails of people's concerns about buying curriculum with our budget issues. So just want to reiterate that these are two different buckets of money.
Correct.
That just because we are approving something that's a high dollar amount here, that does not affect our M&O budget.
Mr. Mikes?
Yeah, well, first thing, once again, I appreciate the thoroughness with everything, and it's, I kind of say thank you for involving the teachers, a diverse group of people to really look at it. However, that's just the norm of what Litchfield does, and I appreciate that about this district, willing to kind of go the extra mile to really dive into all this stuff. Also, do appreciate the extra time, the teachers, the 6 teachers especially, that really kind of took it on and tested it out in their classroom and really put some thought and in-depth look into that. A couple questions, and I guess this one was already answered. I was like, oh, when was the last social studies curriculum update? And it doesn't sound like.
They have some social studies books in their classrooms, and I think the copyright is 1999.
Yeah, this will be nice. My next question, and you did say it, but I just wanted to kind of reiterate again. I just wanted to confirm so exactly in the hands of the kids, it's workbooks that they have, and then also textbooks. Could you just go over that really quick?
Yep, they will have textbooks for the students, so that will be the reading piece. And they'll also have a workbook companion where they can write in it. That can go home at the end of that unit. So they'll have both of those, and then the teacher can also print off anything online that's in the companion as well. The companion was not required from the company to purchase. It was something that our teachers requested.
Okay. And then, so it sounds to me like those additional online resources are available for teachers to use and reproduce and stuff like that.
Correct.
Okay. And then, Oh, yeah, the last thing is, I know we just talked about the numbers for this, but I think it's, as far as the cost, but I think it's also important to understand, I was kind of curious about how many teachers and students this curriculum will probably be serving out of our district.
That's a great question, and I don't remember it off the top of my head. It would be every social studies teacher in 6th, 7th, and 8th. So in our K-8s, that would be 1 per grade level, and in our middle schools, it's usually 2 per grade level.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was just something I just wanted to get to, because obviously it's just,
Yeah.
it's a big portion of our kids and teachers that are going to get a chance to taking part with this. So, okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Owens?
I do have some questions. How much of the curriculum was reviewed? I mean, as far as an entire book, every lesson, every single page, or was it just those curriculums or topics that were discussed or part of the focus group? Or
Great question. So it was not every book and every page. It was whatever the teachers piloted, and then we spent several hours going through based on the standards to make sure that Arizona standards. So we would look at the standard, we would go to the index, we would go to that part of the book to see what it said and how it said it. We also did take some time to look at some of the hot topics to see how that was laid out. The committee did not see anything that was of concern from hot topics in the 6th, 7th, and 8th.
do you have any examples of the hot topics, please?
Yes, so a hot topic might be the election from 2020. So talking about the election, whether or not what had happened with that, so they had reviewed that to see how it was laid out.
What about specific prompts of questions and how they phrase it, such as comparing certain events to other events in history? My point here is that a quick review based on feedback, Scottsdale Unified, other districts throughout the country, feedback has been that there are certain units that are more neutral than others, and so that's why I ask what specific units will be discussed. Is it a full adoption? Have these units been reviewed? Because just as much as it's important to have these materials, there's ways where students can feel uncomfortable one way or the other, and so meeting a standard is appropriate, but how it's presented and comparisons that aren't in a historical or neutral tone and setting, I think can be problematic.
I did contact Scottsdale because I did know that this had come up through them and did ask what grade level that they had had issues and concerns with. It was at the high school level. It was not at the middle school.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that that's not the case, but all of their issues and concerns was at the high school level.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Moran?
Well, while I appreciate Board Member Owens' questions, that makes me question who is the appropriate person to determine the tone of which we ask questions related to history. And was there anything that you saw that was not based in fact? I trust our teachers. I trust this process. I've been in this district long enough to know that our teachers have the best interest of students in mind. I think that having a published, nationally adopted curriculum is a better guidance than the amount of supplemental materials that we truly had less control over. And I would say that one political leaning over the other should not be a part of this conversation. In addition, as I said, I am appreciative of this process. I am not an expert in middle school social studies curriculum, but I do trust our teachers, and I am glad to see that we will have more consistency going forward, to your point, if we have students going between one school or the other. And I think that that will, as you said as well, raise the rigor and make sure that we are fully aligning to the Arizona standards. And I love the idea of having books in hand. I mean, I'm still a book person. I know, kids get to college and they don't have books anymore or whatever, but I think in middle school, that's still really important to have books in hand for our students. So I appreciate all the hard work that went into this, and I'm really excited that we are going to have this another layer of improvement, right? Because if you look back at years ago, we have been able to upgrade and update so much of our curriculum in the last few years, and I think that's really making a positive impact on students. So I appreciate all the hard work that went into this.
Thank you.
A question I have in looking at this list, and I am very appreciative of all the teachers that gave up their time to help with trying out some of these lessons in their classrooms and seeing which ones work for them. But we have a few schools that have no representation, and we have a school that has like 4 teachers there. And I'm wondering if we did anything to try to make sure that we had a voice for those campuses that currently they got none, because we know how important it is for buy-in for this to really be successful. And so I'm a little leery about how that will go with some of our campuses having absolutely no buy-in by not being part of this process. And I understand you said that you emailed and people got to say whether they wanted to do it or not, but did we do anything else to try to reach out to those schools?
Great question. So it was open meetings, and principals actually sent, at least in 2 meetings, we had people show up, and we just kind of took them in and let them look at the curriculum and got their feedback as well. I know that that was from Palm Valley. I don't know if we had other people. I can't remember specifically, but Palm Valley was not on this list, and they did send people to look at it and to be able to, and they also had given us the same feedback that they liked the Sabbaths.
I was actually thinking Wigwam Creek mostly because they can be very opinionated at times, right?
They
so I just wanted to make
also-
sure that they felt
Yeah.
like they got a chance to have a say.
They also, we've had the open public, and we did let principals know that anyone, like that was for teachers, that was for parents, that was for community members to come in and review material, and then they also were given the exact same form that our committee was for feedback. We did not get a lot of feedback from that, but that has been out there, and we did ask principals to share that with their staff. We also had that on the website, and we also put that on social media.
Right, and we're required to have that available for public to view. Can you tell people how long it's been sitting in the district office? Because I see it every week when I go in to see Dr. Davidson for our weekly meetings. So I know it's right there in the front of the office for people to look at.
Yeah.
How long has it been there?
It went in October, and it's still there now because I have not moved it.
Wonderful. So,
Yes, it's required to be there for 60 days, and we are over those 60 days now.
okay, and you said you didn't have that many people that asked. Do you know how many people did ask?
I want to say we had 4 total that came and provided feedback. Now, they may have looked at it and not provided feedback, but I got 4 forms back.
Okay. And then I just wanted to say, based on this list and knowing some of the people on here, I feel like you do have a very varied opinions about a lot of the world on here. So I feel like if there's people that are feeling like uncomfortable with possibly something leaning one way or the other, that they should not feel that way, because you definitely have varied opinions on this group of people based on what I know about these teachers, the ones that I do know on there. So I think that you did a good job of making sure that we're looking at it at all angles so that we're getting something that is the most neutral possible for our students. I think it's unrealistic to think that we'll get something that is 100% neutral, as much as I wish that was possible. But I do think that based on who you have on this list, we are going to do okay. So hopefully that will put some people at ease. But history curriculum and social studies curriculum is always going to be kind of touchy, right? So Thank you to everybody that put in the time and work, though. So we really do appreciate all of this. I think it's going to be fantastic for our 6th through 8th grade students to have this. And I think our teachers, even the ones that didn't participate and might be a little cranky at first, are going to very much appreciate the time that they get back in their lives by having this ready for them.
That's what
So,
we're hoping.
Madam President, may I interject real quick?
yes.
Thank you. Ms. Benjamin, could you please just describe for us a little bit if the curriculum was approved, we were to get that into our teachers' hands, and how would we support them as it relates to professional development on how to use the curriculum, but also tie it to Arizona standards? And I ask that because I understand where Mr. Owens is coming from. We certainly know we want our product, the curriculum, to be used, but we do have to be mindful of Arizona standards and the context of those standards. So I guess I just want you to describe how our team will support educators so that they aren't flying solo and maybe just really ensure that we teach the standards.
So part of that cost is also professional development, and that professional development will come out of Title II. They do have trainers that will come out. They have all been teachers. That was a big deal to the committee. They wanted to make sure that the people who are training our teachers have been teachers and have used this curriculum. And so we did get bios on all of the professional development people that will be coming out. And then as far as the curriculum itself, it is actually written for Arizona standards, and I know that that's kind of funny because we did the same thing with science and there were some issues. However, at science, when we piloted, we were using the other one and they said that the Arizona was coming. We actually were using the Arizona books in the classrooms this time. So we will have professional development. The plan is the spring and then also summer when teachers come back. They'll be paid to come back through Title II funds. And then we will be supporting, the teaching and learning team will continue to support based on what we're seeing the needs are. Typically the first year, we're just kind of letting them get the professional development and utilize and explore and figure out what's working and what's not working. And then we usually bring a team back together. It might be this exact committee after that first year to look to see if we need to change any of the pacing that the company has provided, because just because the company has provided doesn't mean that it always works exactly the same for our district. So we would look through that to determine if there's additional tweaks or changes that we need to make, if there are things that might be missing that our Arizona standards cover more or cover less based on what they have in the book, because we know that sometimes even though it's written to the Arizona standards, it is not always done in the way that we might need more in certain areas, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So we would bring a committee during the summer to come back and do that. That would be the following summer after they've had experience with it.
Thank you for that. And also, Ms. Item, just one more comment, and it's, I do believe what Ms. Moran said, that this, to me, is a game changer. Another example of continuous improvement. Ms. Benjamin used the term, no longer do students win the lottery if they happen to get a particular teacher. I think all of our social study teachers are working very hard trying to tie their instruction to our state standards, but now we can support them with a curriculum that does that, and so that every child has the opportunity to win the lottery as it relates to social studies and civics instruction, and we can support them with that. So I think that, I think it's a really good opportunity for us to keep moving us forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. If no one has any other questions or comments, we can make a motion.
I'll move to approve the SAVA Social Studies curriculum for 6th through 8th grade.
I second.
Having a motion from Mr. Mikes and a second from Ms. Wallace, I'll call for the vote. Ms. Wallace?
Yay.
Mr. Mikes?
Yay.
Mr. Owens?
Yay.
Ms. Moran?
Yay.
I'm also a yay. Motion passes. Okay, we are going to move on now to the approval of educator evaluation framework, and this is going to be by Dr. Davidson, Dr. Doozy, and Ms. Benjamin.
All right. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, community, and team. This conversation is one that is a continuous one as it relates to our cascading evaluation system and where we're headed. From my evaluation, all the way down to our team members who are in the classified ranks. So we're excited to be here tonight. You see it's a lot of individuals have weighed in through this process. All right, so certainly you can see the purpose of our presentation tonight. And again, thank you to the team that's going to share some information with you all. But really, it's about how our teachers will be evaluated, given feedback, and then utilizing a new system that ensures that we can come to the board every year and talk about educator effectiveness. That law still does remain, and we need a system that not only still provides that information, but also is accurate. So that's what we're going to share a little bit about that tonight. There we go. As always, and I hope you would know that that's how we work, that our efforts are tied to our strategic plan. And I think we could speak to any one of those three keystones tonight, how an evaluation tool and system, one that cascades, really connects all three of our pieces of our strategic plan. With that said, I'll turn it over to, I think, Dr. Duzey as we talk about the process and the timeline of the work. Thank you. Or Madam Jin Ben.
All right, well, thank you so much. We are back with the Educator Evaluation Framework. I'll go over this very quickly because you've already seen this once. We started this March and April was the invitation for the entire district, seeking last March and last April, so this has been almost a year, seeking people to be a part of this committee work. We met from April 30th to June 11th with 4 different committees or 4 different meetings with our committee. We had instructional coaches, we had teachers from elementary, we had middle school teachers, we had 2 principals and a director. This summer, we brought the draft to our principals, assistant principals, and educational directors during one of our admin council meetings. And then we continued to bring draft work in October. We brought you guys some information and you provided some feedback, and so we have been able to make some of those changes based on that feedback, and we've also worked on the growth coefficient. So we're going to be really focusing on that this evening. And then our hope is that it will be approved this evening so that we can start to work on the professional development that will be next based on all of this work.
All right, good evening, governing board members, admin cabinet, and whoever might be tuned in listening to our presentation tonight. I'm going to share with you just a little bit of the outcome of the committee's work and thanking them for their dedication and time spent over the last year. So as we met with you last time, we presented to you the instrument and you provided feedback. And we sat back down and we looked at the indicators for each descriptor for each indicator, and we decided to shorten some things, and we were able to remove some redundancies. So now the instrument we have for you tonight has 6 domains, which are Litchfield learner traits. It has 11 indicators total in those 6 domains. 3 of the 11 indicators are for classroom observation solely, so it's the instrument in domain 6 that principals will use to give teachers feedback on their classroom observation. And then 7 out of the 11 indicators are for the final evaluation, and that is the other remaining domains: communication, continuous learner, character, problem solver, teamwork, and I think I'm forgetting one, but you get the gist, is the other 5. And then one of the 11 indicators is that student success for the final evaluation. Just to remind the board and the community, there is a Arizona law that determines that we have to have a certain percentage of all educator and leader, educational leader evaluations that account for our outcomes with students based on their student achievement outcomes. So we completed 3 months of growth coefficient research sessions, and to determine the impact of student success indicator in prior years, that was our growth coefficient on our district benchmark assessment. And so we spent a lot of time, and I'm actually going to turn things over to Mr. Owen in just a moment to share with you what all that means. And then we also completed, as promised in our last meeting with you, the content expert for each educator role. As you can imagine, we have educators that serve multiple purposes on our campuses, from our classroom teachers to our special teachers to our reading specialists to our EL coordinators. So there's a lot of different educators that their roles are very specific to what they do for us. So you will see under Domain 6 Content Expert, we made sure they were all differentiated when a principal is evaluating those teachers, only that evaluation will come up based on their specific role. But we'll talk about that a little bit later when we talk about operationalizing it in Classroom Mosaic. But for now, do you have the clicker? I am going to actually turn things over to Mr. Owen, and he's going to explain to you all the math behind the magic.
Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, we want to talk a little bit about what this growth coefficient is. I know you've heard this term, but I don't know how much we've been in front of you to kind of explain how it works. So I just call this the student growth point matrix, and I'll explain what we're looking at. When you look at the rows and the labels on the left side, those are the fall proficiency categories on our district benchmark. So math, grades K through 8, reading, grades 2 through 8. And then in columns, the labels at the top represent the spring proficiency levels. And then you can see some of these cells are split. So we did that. This actually has evolved over time. It used to look a little bit different than this, but we did that to capture finer amounts of movement within categories. And so what happens is we compare proficiency categories at the end of the year when we get all the data back, and then we assign points to each student based on movement across and within proficiency categories. So just for example, if we look at the top row and the far left cell, that's a 0 value in there. Those are students that started minimally proficient, stayed minimally proficient, and did not grow more than the average student in that category. Those that showed progress at or above average would receive 2.5 points. Those that were below that would receive 0 points. And then given the group of students, all of those points are averaged, and the outcome is what I call the growth coefficient. And that is what we use now to differentiate. We used to be just the point outcomes in Standard 6. Now it's the highly effective, developing, and ineffective. Is that any questions on that?
Ms. Wallace, any questions?
No, no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Mikes?
None for me.
Mr. Owens?
No, thank you for explaining that.
Ms. Moran?
Yeah, I just want to re-summarize in maybe even more layman's terms to say that this basically is a way to look at growth that more heavily rewards, if you will, movement up, higher proficiency. So if you are minimally proficient in the fall and you get to highly proficient, you get 6, you get a higher number. If you stay minimally proficient, you get 0. If you go, lower than where you were earlier in the year, that's going to be a negative. So, yeah, just to summarize, we want growth. The more growth, the better.
Yes, that's exactly. So now I'd like to talk about how we arrived at the different point intervals that define the categories. So highly effective, developing, and ineffective. And really, we started with looking at external validators. So what indicators do we have outside of our benchmarks? And that's state test data and, of course, school letter grades. So looking back at last year, that's the first thing we did. And we looked and we said, well, it's an A district, 10 A schools, 2/3 of the district, 3 B schools, about 20% of the district, and 2 C schools, 13% of the district. And we said, given that and those high scores, we should see very few, if any, ineffective ratings. So that was kind of the basis for what we wanted to see in terms of the distribution of those effectiveness outcomes. So we just started with the 1.7, which is really when you look at the highest scoring in the A schools, that's where they were. And then we kind of worked backwards. So we started with the original range was 1.7, 1.6, 1.5. And we went back to last year, ran outcomes on that, and it didn't really match the distribution that we wanted to see. It was, the concordance was very low. So then we just started looking at different impacts. And we settled on 1.7 and above, 1.4 to 1.7, 1.0 to 1.4, and below 1.0. And really across the board on, I don't know, we have 15 or 16 different impact data sets. we see those distributions where we want them highly effective between 60 and 75. Effective and highly effective combined, 75 to 90. Developing, somewhere around 20, and below that for ineffective. So we're looking 5% and below. Yeah.
Okay, can
So just to simplify that, basically, we wanted to select growth coefficients that not only show growth, like we already talked about, but also show growth that also is comparable with these other data sets that we get from the state, Acadience, iReady, because what we were finding with our previous growth coefficient expectations is there was not a match. So we, according to our growth coefficient that was highly effective, all of our schools should be A's, right, to kind of simplify it. So the growth coefficient really should demonstrate what we're also seeing in those other measures. So what Mr. Owen just explained very brilliantly, because he has a brilliant mind, is that we made sure that growth coefficient made sense.
So just to elaborate on that a little bit more, you're saying that we used existing data sets to back into our grades in a way because we know if those data sets actually mean success or mean that we need improvement in those things. So rather than looking at, I think before it was 70% and higher or whatever was highly effective, we're actually differentiating that more because we know that 70% and higher doesn't actually mean highly effective. And so we're using the evidence that's available based on other factors and then backing into that. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so
Okay.
really, that's exactly what we did, is we wanted to see external measures so that we have something that we can align with. We wanted to see the highest concordance possible, basically between our outcomes using the growth coefficients and what we saw statewide. And so, and the impact data, I guess I didn't say that, we used last year's impact data. So, and I mean, when we looked at it, I think there was a little surprise in the room too, when we started to look, the lowest scoring grades at schools and subjects were the lowest coefficients. I mean, it was, oh yeah, that makes sense. Yep, that makes sense. So once we got the intervals that we really wanted down from 1.4 to 1.7, we could really see the consistency.
So what I hear you saying is this evaluation tool should be night and day more effective in actually identifying the spectrum of educators.
Exactly.
Okay.
What we're hoping by balancing out the growth coefficients the way that we did in our growth coefficient research is that when we say that this growth coefficient is highly effective, the other measures also say that's a highly efficient growth coefficient. If we say it's effective, it makes sense. If we say it's developing, it makes sense. Or if we say it's ineffective, it makes sense. So really spend a lot of time to make sure that our growth measures, we were also seeing equal performance across these other measures. So yes, I do think the outcome will be that it will make sense when we look at the growth coefficients and where people are categorized based on their results with their kids, that you will see it makes sense. And I
Okay.
keep saying makes sense, but hopefully that makes sense.
And this, and then it'll be tweaked every year, or this is like what we're going with?
Well, I think since this is all new, I mean, I definitely think we're going to have to look at it after the year. We'll have to monitor, maybe we'll have to make some adjustments. I think, I mean, I definitely wouldn't put it off the table that we won't make any changes, but I think being brand new and it hasn't actually been live yet, we may see some things that we'd like to adjust, yeah.
Ms. Moran or Ms. Idem, I'd just like to add, and I have to use the term, you guys stole the thunder, but I spent many a year in human resources trying to navigate the evaluation process and then the system that gives educator effectiveness labels. And it was very hard at times to connect the work that was happening in the classrooms to the assessment to then the effectiveness label. And so really proud of the team that's standing before you that did this work. It's amazing work. And yes, Brian, you do have a big brain. That's true. But what we're trying to do is trying to create a system that just simply does, that it makes sense, that if you're a teacher and you get a label, you can realize it's not just the work you're doing, but it's also that content expert piece. The way your students perform matters too, and that hasn't always been said and put together in a nice process that I think our team is demonstrating tonight. So just wanted to add a little bit more insight. Thank you.
And then I was also asked to remind the board that this is not for performance pay anymore. This is the evaluation.
You know, my last thing I'm thinking as I'm seeing all this and processing, you know, the labels and seeing the growth, which I appreciate the growth factor, is sometimes we go, oh, you know, highly proficient, highly performing kids, that's the win, but you know, that win is also moving every single kid and being able to show that and speak to that, which is important. I think I appreciate that about it. But I'm looking at the student growth point matrix, and I'm sitting back thinking of myself as an administrator and the teacher sitting there, and we're sitting down and we're processing what it actually is, you know, showing as you're walking the teachers through what they see there. And I'm trying to imagine what they're actually seeing. I mean, I know I can see a snapshot of the evaluation framework piece, but what's in front of them? What are they looking at when they're processing these growth pieces? That makes sense. Going on Dr. Ducey's makes sense.
Yeah, they'll have to click it on there.
Do you mean what will they see in the evaluation, or when they're looking at how each student's point outcome came out? Is that?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, maybe, I guess it's on both ends then. Okay. So, I mean, because I'm sitting back and looking at this, and so they're going to see their kids, and they're going to see each individual kid with the growth point, and then it's going to be averaged on the evaluation itself. Is that how I'm hearing it?
Yeah, so what I do is I create a report in our system, in Illuminate now, Renaissance DNA, and I upload for the whole district, each individual student, and it has fall percent correct, fall proficiency level, spring percent correct, spring proficiency level, the amount of growth or point change, and then the point outcome based on this grid. And then I actually just average everything for all of the teachers, and I send that to the principals to input into the evals.
Okay, gotcha. And then, because I appreciate the 11 indicators, I mean, as far as going through the evaluation piece, but then if you step back this is going to be a lot to unpack with the teachers and the administrators. So that just in itself is going to be a little bit of a process. But that makes sense to me. Now I'm understanding a little bit better as far as what it'd look like as a teacher sitting there and getting these scores and everything.
This part, other than the scores themselves, is not different than what we've been doing for the last 10, 12 years. So this is the part that the teachers are used to. The part that will be different is the 1.7, where before it was a lower growth coefficient.
I think we're ready to move on.
All right, so what's next? So hopefully tonight we'll get the board to approve so we can begin the really big work, which is rolling this out. Our District Guiding Coalition, in collaboration with our MBCT Guiding Coalition, is going to create the training as part of our lead, which is going to be like a train-the-trainer model to provide both certified and classified employees training. Classified is coming soon. We haven't gotten there yet, but certified training for sure. And then continue to build out the glossary, evidence, and artifacts in Classroom Mosaic, and building that framework inside Classroom Mosaic. So to kind of elaborate on Jennifer's answer to Board Member Mike's question, is really what the teachers will also see is this is all digitalized in Classroom Mosaic. So when they actually log in, the principal or leader will already have selected the appropriate evaluation instrument based on their role. So they won't see everything you're seeing tonight for every single role. They will only see what's relevant to them and the growth coefficient and the areas that they are responsible for based on their role. And then we'll complete the classified framework. We're hoping to bring that. Well, we will be bringing that in the spring of this year. and for further discussion as well as approval eventually. So, and then just to remind you, the state law requires that 33% of that student success indicator be part of the final, so all the other domains and indicators will be averaged together as 67%, and then the 33% will come from just what our conversation's been tonight, which is that growth coefficient with the new metrics, right? For what is defined as a highly effective score, what's defined as effective, developing, or ineffective. And then the definitions, just to remind you, these have not changed since last time we met, but just to define an overall score is averaged together, then this is where a teacher will land based on that overall score, 67% coming from the majority of the evaluation framework and 33% coming from that student achievement metric. And we will open for any additional questions you might have.
Ms. Wallace, did you have any questions or comments?
I do not have any questions. I really like how this looks. I know that it may be confusing at first, but I actually think it's very simple. And once you understand how it works and you've been walked through it, I think that it's very clear and concise, and I think it's very nicely done.
Mr. Mikes?
No more questions for you guys, but big thank you for all the time and hard work and sleepless nights putting this stuff together.
Mr. Owens?
I think it's a great tool. I think it's important to have consistency, and I think it's important for our educators to know exactly what they're held accountable to and how to meet those accountability measures. Since I get to go before you, Board Member Moran, I'm going to steal your thunder. You got to thank the last group for their participation, which I also appreciate, and so I want to thank everyone's participation. And there's this group, I know it's a lot to get into the weeds on this stuff. It's exhausting, and you can go back and forth, but to come to a consensus and your time's appreciated, so thank you.
Ms. Moran?
You will never steal my thunder, Board Member Owens. I will always go ahead and say that I also appreciate the many hours of hard work that have gone into creating this tool and the continuous work to improve all of our evaluation tools, which came from you and all the hard work that you've done and the vision for what this could look like. I know it's been a long time coming, and I believe that this will increase the student success overall by allowing more candid feedback and clear areas for improvement without the punitive feel behind the evaluation, which was one of our goals from the very beginning. So I'm glad that this is still echoing that, and I think in the long run, this is gonna really have wonderful positive outcomes, not only for our students, but also for our teacher and their own growth, and them being able to see what they can do and where they can improve, and then us giving them the tools to be able to accomplish that and do that and then see their own success. I think that's going to be huge, huge for us as a district. So thank you.
I don't have any questions, but I'd like to echo what everyone else said. Thank you for all the work that's gone into this. Especially myself and Ms. Moran have wanted this to be happening since probably before we got on the board. But we really appreciate all the work that you have done, that you have really listened to the feedback we've given, and that this is going to truly open up so many more conversations for our staff to be better and do better for our students, and that they're not having consequences or getting in trouble, right? That they can just really be open and vulnerable, which is something that we've really worked on trying to make sure people feel comfortable with that here in this district. I know this has been a lot of work, and that we're not done yet because we still have another one to do. But we really do appreciate all of the time and effort that you guys have put into this, so thank you so much.
And then if I can add just one more thing, because I know the community and probably our educators are watching tonight or will watch in the future. The metrics for student achievement are not just for educators, they're for every educational leader across our cascading system. So we're all held accountable to making sure our kids grow and achieve and do more as a result of our work. So I just wanted to make sure that was known, that it is all about, just like Sam always says, together we can, and truly it is a together we can moment. So thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other questions or comments, if someone would like to make a motion.
I'll move to approve the educator evaluation framework for the 26-27 school year as presented.
I will second.
Having a motion from Mr. Owens and a second from Ms. Wallace, I'll call for the vote. Ms. Wallace?
Yay.
Mr. Mikes?
Yay.
Mr. Owens?
Yay.
Ms. Moran?
Yay.
I'm also a yay. Motion passes. Okay, we are going to move on to approval of out-of-state travel requests to attend the AASBO, the ASBO Spring Conference. This is going to be by CFO Vaughn.
Superintendent Davidson, Madam President, members of the governing board, this is a request to send certain members of our finance and operations team to the spring annual conference for ASBO. The spring conference in particular is particularly focused on the operational areas and functions of a school district. There's always opportunity at ASBO conferences for learning in those areas, but ASBO really goes out of its way to make certain that there's more of a focus on food service, transportation technology, those sorts of operational areas at the spring conference. The agenda for that conference has not yet been published. And so as we do get closer and are able to truly see what sessions are being offered, we will reevaluate who we truly want to send. But it is traditional that they have specific tracks for each of those areas. You'll also see some language in there around pre-conference. And in the last number of years, that's an area I personally have found a lot of value in, because what they do at the pre-conference compared to the traditional conference, if you will, is as opposed to having many smaller sessions on various different topics, they'll offer a couple of different opportunities for half-day, really deep dives into topics that you really need to know quite a bit more about. And so that's why we've also included the cost of one pre-conference for the team members. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Ms. Wallace?
I do not have any particular questions. I felt like the cost per person was relatively low when looking at, and I don't mean low like it's incorrect, but it's a very affordable conference for everything that it appears to offer and the length of the conference.
Mr. Mikes?
The first question, is this, this typical group of people gone to this in the past? I mean, I know you're talking from experience, but you know, all of these areas, we've done this before. I'm trying to remember for last year if this was something.
So I think it might be slightly more than before. We always do have some level of presence at the spring conference. That's why I mentioned that as we get more insight into the specific items being discussed, we may decide not to send all on this list. The reason we included all on the list was that so we could have potential approval to begin the planning process and the procuring process for actually attending the conference.
And then I know we have another one coming up that we're going to talk about, but I could find how that one was funded, but I couldn't. How is this funded? Did I miss that, or?
You didn't miss that. Typically speaking, these are either supported by our maintenance and operations budget or indirect cost. The reason that professional development for this group of employees isn't covered by Title II, as you heard discussed tonight for other professional development, is Title II is intended to be spent on more educationally focused professional development. There's less opportunity for other funding sources for the more operational or finance side of the house as it relates to professional development funds.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Owens?
Yeah, I definitely tend to agree with what Board Member Wallace mentioned about the reasonable costs behind it per person. That price definitely fits the Aquarius in Laughlin. But, you know, my thing with administrative travel and costs like this, you know, yeah, we see a dollar sign, but every person going ideally will learn something that's going to come back and impact our district and make our district better. So if the boss man thinks it's good to send these people, I'm fine with it too.
Ms. Moran?
I agree with Board Member Wallace and Board Member Owens, and believe this is a good use of our resources based on the quality of the conference. So I'm in support.
And for the record, I really wish it wasn't in Laughlin.
That's why it's affordable.
That's right. I'd rather it be in town.
Well, that's true, us too, actually.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't have any questions. Thanks. I appreciate that this is not in consent. Board Member Moran did not say how we like to talk about any out-of-state travel, so that we're very transparent and upfront with our community about what we're doing and why. So I appreciate that we got to have the chance to discuss why this is a valuable conference for our admin people to attend and then bring back information to the district. If somebody would like to make a motion.
I move to approve out-of-state travel request for the ASBO Spring Conference as presented.
I'll second.
Having a motion from Ms. Moran and a second from Mr. Owens, I'll call for the vote. Ms. Wallace?
Yay.
Mr. Mikes?
Yay.
Mr. Owens?
Yay.
Ms. Moran?
Yay.
I'm also yay. Motion passes. Next, we are going to do approval of out-of-state travel requests to attend the National ClassLink Conference.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the Governing Board. Director Laura Combs, our Educational Director, has been granted a scholarship to attend ClassLink Conference in Atlanta, Georgia. ClassLink is something that Director of Technology brought on. Ruben brought that on this past year. It was really to help streamline all of the different programs working together. So this past year, we've really focused on human resources and getting that connected to the technology piece. And then next year, we are moving into making sure that all of our curriculum is uploaded into ClassLink, and so students can access our curriculum via this platform. So that would be where Director Combs comes in, because she will be the one required to make sure that all of our staff are online with ClassLink, which should also be a part of the HR piece. So that should be taken care of, working with all of our curriculum to make sure that they're uploaded and that students have access. So this conference itself will be great for her to really be able to learn how to utilize ClassLink to the best of the ability, making sure that we're using all of the different pieces that it has. This is out of Title II because this is focused on education, so it is not out of M&O. This would be Title II if it's approved. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Wallace?
I do not have any questions, but I love seeing all these scholarships for all these conferences. I feel like the last few that we have seen have had scholarship, and just thank you for going out for those scholarships and looking for ways to attend those and to save our funds that way.
Mr. Mikes?
No questions for me.
Mr. Owens?
I have no questions.
Ms. Moran?
I also have no questions.
I don't have any questions, but based on the hotel costs, you can see not going to Laughlin costs a lot more money. So if somebody would like to make a motion.
I move to approve out-of-state travel requests as presented.
I second.
Having a motion from Mr. Owens and a second from Mr. Mikes, I will call for the vote. Ms. Wallace?
Yay.
Mr. Mikes?
Yay.
Mr. Owens?
Yay.
Ms. Moran?
Yay.
I'm also a yay. Motion passes. And with that, I'm going to have us take a quick break before we jump into this really hefty conversation coming up. are we all ready to go? Everybody got a little bit of movement, and now we can jump into this very fun conversation. I'm sure that we have a lot of people that are going to be watching and paying attention to this. So we are going to move on now to our fiscal year 26-27 budget discussion. This is going to be led by CFO Vaughn.
I'd like to first allow Dr. Davidson to start us off with just a couple of words, and then I'll take it over.
Okay, sounds great.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn, and Madam President, members of the board. Here we are again to further the conversation on our budget and the plans that potentially we want to explore as we move into next year. I just want to remind the team that this again is discussion tonight, that we certainly appreciate the feedback from the last meeting and the different ways in which we've captured additional feedback from staff. We appreciate that as well, and I think Mr. Vaughn will probably share some other things we're doing to further that conversation. As I think we talked about last time as well, no stone is going unturned. Anything's on the table right now, and as always, not only for our board tonight, but for those listening, we talked about it today at an apple pie tour. If there's something you're thinking about that we just haven't thought about, please let us know. We'll continue to explore those ideas until we come to the board with our final administrative recommendations and seek that vote. But we appreciate the board being ready for the conversation. I certainly know that Mr. Vaughn and our team are ready. So thank you, and Mr. Vaughn, I'll turn it back.
All right. I know this is the part you've all been waiting for tonight, so. Madam President, members of the Governing Board, Superintendent Davidson, colleagues, and community, thank you for joining us tonight to discuss potential options being considered for the district's 2026-2027 budget year. Tonight's presentation aligns most closely with the resources keystone of the strategic plan, but strongly relates to all areas of our strategic plan. Before we jump deep into the presentation, we'd like to share that many of the slides in today's presentation are the same as we presented at the last board meeting. I'll begin by going through the presentation and sharing the new information. We'll then spend some time at the end allowing for discussion around the items that have not been changed from the prior discussion. We would like to begin by providing an update on our work around the reductions to the district office and department 12-month calendar, as well as the review and restructure of district office and department positions. We would like to first start by sharing a revised option to the 12-month calendar that was driven by feedback we received since the last board meeting. This option maintains the number of days reduction, but it works to ensure hourly staff on the calendar do not lose more than 1 day of compensation in any given pay period. Salaried employees, due to their compensation being spread out over the year, will also not see dramatic changes in an individual paycheck, pay period to pay period. These dates also work to extend a break already in place, so we hope the reduction of days can serve a dual purpose of also improving work-life balance for our employees. These dates on the slide show the dates we're considering as a potential reduction. The one change from what we discussed previously is that there were previously 2 days in October connected to fall break. That would have impacted the same pay period for hourly employees. We instead propose that we move that date to July 1st to have it connected to the 4th of July holiday. Not only will this modification save hourly employees from losing 2 days of compensation on the same paycheck, it also moves the date to a period of the year before where only 12-month employees are on contract, so schools will not be impacted by any change in district or department services. This slide details the same proposal we discussed last time connected to teachers and other employees who would otherwise start on Friday, July 24th, beginning 1 day later, and converting April 16th to an unpaid day off and closing on February 12th, while January 15th would become a school day. This is unchanged from the last board meeting, but we wanted to provide the opportunity for more discussion on this potential option. Moving back to the district office and department changes, we continue to review district office and department staffing for options for reduction. We're still working with those individual leaders and employees. The total savings identified presently related to district office and department reductions, including the 12-month calendar change proposal, is $284,000. We are continuing to look at this and look forward to sharing more details at a future board meeting. The next several slides have not changed since our last discussion, but I'll pause here to see if there's any comments or questions related to the calendar change option.
Ms. Wallace?
I do not have any questions. I think that that makes the most sense to make sure that no one paycheck is affected more heavily than another, and I don't think that it drastically changes what our parents and our students expect by moving that Friday off to February. So I think that's a good plan that you have here for the change in the 12-month calendar.
Mr. Mikes?
I agree with Board Member Wallace. Also, the thing I just want to verify, and maybe I'm missing something, the details of the 12-month calendar change proposal and the other calendar changes, that 579, that's the combined saving, or?
It is not. The 579 is
Just that?
simply what's on this slide.
Okay.
The changing of those couple of days, it's truly, depending on the calendar, 2 or 3 days. It just so happens that there's so many more employees on those school-based calendars that it's a much higher dollar amount.
Okay.
Mr. Owens?
I have no questions, thanks.
Ms. Moran?
So now I'm confused. So you're saying if I look at slide 7, the $579,000 is the savings from only those employees who would normally return on Friday, July 24th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is the dollar amount of the changes from the 12-month calendar change proposal on slide 6, those 6 days?
Yeah, so that is the 284,000. That 284,000 also includes about $80,000 of position changes in department and district office areas. The reason we're not talking about those specifics tonight is we're still working through those individual conversations with leaders and individual employees.
Okay, so the 284 is approximately 200,000 of calendar changes and 84,000 of position reductions.
Yes.
Okay, I am in favor of the calendar changes for a number of reasons, but the primary one is that we're not asking anybody to do work that they're not getting paid for, or even to get paid at a reduced rate for doing work. We're giving them the time off, which some people may look at as a blessing and some may not. We can't control that piece of it, but that seems like a fair reduction, and we are doing that for everyone. I don't think there's anyone that's going to escape that piece of it, correct?
Correct.
My only other comment on this section would be $84,000 in position reductions at the district level seems low compared to potentially us reducing campus position levels for $1 million. So I would again ask that the district dig deep
Yeah.
and look to see what else there might be in the district org charts that could be done more efficiently. And the answer to that might be nothing, but it seems as though we're asking a heavier lift from the campuses potentially at this point. Again, not knowing what we're actually going to decide, but.
I don't have any questions, sorry. We're good.
As I previously shared, the next several slides have not changed from since our last discussion, so I'll move forward and allow us to revisit those at the end. Last meeting, when we discussed stipends, we discussed the option of shifting stipends to the Continuous Learner Project. Since that last meeting, we were able to truly examine what that would look like, and this has the potential to save $54,000. This does not include athletic stipends due to the hours required and the fact that many of our athletic coaches are not otherwise district employees, so do not work under a continuous learner project plan. Any questions on this item before we move on?
Ms. Wallace?
No questions here.
Mr. Mikes?
Yeah, none for me. I do like this as an option.
Mr. Owens?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Moran?
Yeah, I do have a request in this area of stipends that we would continue to explore the potential to use tax credit dollars for any of the athletic or club stipends that aren't the CLP continuous learner projects. If there are tax credit dollars that we could utilize to pay, for example, people who aren't our employees, that would work in our favor, I think, as well. I'm not sure what that number would look like, but is that something that we can try to estimate?
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to share that we're actively engaging our site councils right now to gather some additional feedback on strategies we might employ to further expand tax credit and gifts and donations collections in hopes that it could further support this work. The athletic stipends are probably about $150,000 on top of this number. One option would be to shift to tax credit, as we discussed. Another option might be to allow it to be part of a CLP, and then for additional hours over the 30 that a CLP covers, that it's a reduced stipend. Sandy might kick me under the table because of how complex that would be from a HR perspective, but that would be one potential option to explore on top of the tax credit option.
Okay, I want to make sure I understand. You said it's about 150,000 plus this 54 if we put athletics in there. So if we were just talking about athletics, it'd be about 150,000.
Most of the district paid stipends truly are athletics.
Okay. So we would need to figure out how to, if we wanted to use tax credit money, we would need to make sure that we are getting that much money, which we have not been very great at getting tax credit money in this district. So that would require a pretty big lift, right?
It certainly wouldn't, it certainly couldn't become the default, because to your point, if the money wasn't there, you'd have to find some other opportunity. But yes, it would be a big lift. That's one of the reasons we're soliciting further ideas, and also why I truly didn't include it here, because while I want us to consider all options and to dream to the point that it's practical, I also don't want to promise savings that might be unlikely to actually come to fruition.
I appreciate that, and I would love to see it come out of tax credit money also.
Absolutely.
If we could figure that out and start having that money every year to do that, that would be amazing. So let's figure out how to do that in this world, right? But just wanted to clarify like what we would really be looking for, but thank you for the information.
Well, can I just add to that as well, that is the side effects of having a conversation like this, is to be able to say, okay, maybe we're not going to be able to take athletic stipends out of tax credit next year, but if we can start the conversation and educate everyone on how that can work, because historically we've been very conservative in what we use tax credit monies for, and so that's been part of the issue. Is parents are happy when you get to the high school level, you're maxing out that tax credit every year, no matter if your kid's in DECA or yearbook or Key Club, whatever that looks like. There's so many fees, and parents are willing to do that if they can see an impact to their own child especially. And we have enough students who are in athletics that I think we could make this more successful, but we haven't been able to truly tie in how does that impact you? What is the impact that you can make as a parent to help these programs?
To bolster what you're sharing, Board Member Moran, our normal stipend for an athletic coach is $1,100. If you think about what the married filing jointly maximum is for a tax credit, that's $400 a year. So you would need less than 3 married couples to max out their tax credit from the team to pay for the coach. So it is something that certainly could be worked towards.
Oh, I agree. I think we can get there. I just think we haven't been good at it yet.
Yeah.
But maybe this is how we're going to get there, because people are going to see that we need to start doing this, right? And that this is something that benefits. It's a win-win when you do a tax credit donation, and that it doesn't just have to be your family. It can be your grandparents or aunt and uncle
That's
that
right.
live by you or don't live by you but live in Arizona somewhere, because you can donate to any school, right? So, yeah, so I would like to see us move towards that for sure. And if this is the lever we get to push that better, I'm all for it, so.
Are we ready to
Yes,
okay.
sorry, we're ready to move.
We've brought to you 2 additional options for class sizes that have been developed based on the feedback we've received and considers target class size, the maximum class size, or when additional support would be provided, as well as actual class size that may result from the change. Before we go to the options, I'd like to share that our staffing process and timely issuance of our contracts on March 16th is contingent on your guidance tonight on class size and certified support staffing at our schools. It doesn't mean we have to make a decision tonight. This certainly isn't a voting item, but if we aren't able to come to some level of guidance, we may not be able to issue contracts on March 16th. This slide shows one option for class size adjustments. What this slide is showing, left to right, is class size targets, or how many students we're trying to have in each class at that grade level, the class size that would result in additional supports for the school, our current class size targets, an additional support point for comparison, and then the average class size we would actually expect to see across schools in those grades compared to our current class size target. What this option does is increase our current class size target by 1, but keeps the point at which additional resources would be provided the same. Stated another way, our largest class sizes would not grow, but our smaller class sizes across the district would increase some. This is being accomplished by reducing the range of class size we allow prior to adding additional supports from 3 to 2 additional students. You can see that our anticipated class size by implementing this model actually follow closely our current class size targets. This proposal reduces the need for 17 teaching positions, 8 from changes in enrollment and tighter staffing, and 9 from the change in class size. Essentially, this change reduces the range of allowable class sizes within the district. This second option is similar, except that it increases the target class size for all grades but kindergarten by 2 and leaves kindergarten at the current 25. It also moves the range of acceptable class size from 3 to 2 so that the largest classes would be 1 higher than it is today. This option would save $1,620,000 versus the $1,020,000 from option 1. This option reduces the need for 27 teachers, 8 from becoming tighter on staffing and enrollment changes, and 19 from class size changes. I'd like to pause here for discussion around class sizes.
Ms. Wallace?
I think we can all agree that no one wants class sizes to increase at all. This is something that we're looking at that we don't want to do, but we have to do to get our budget where it needs to be. I appreciate the one student for every grade level, and that the time that we would add another teacher has not changed, so that teachers don't have to worry about their class sizes getting significantly larger before another teacher would be hired. Teachers could know that while they may have 1 or 2 extra children, it's not going to impact them as far as not getting to hire another teacher when class sizes grow. I still, even though the savings is obviously so much more with option 2, am very uncomfortable with how high that puts our middle school numbers. That puts our middle schools in our anticipated average with our 8th graders at 35 in a classroom. And that is, to me, way too many kids at that grade level, that size kids in those classrooms. I personally would not feel comfortable with option 2 with the middle school anticipated numbers. They're just way too high for what I would be comfortable with, even being a middle school parent myself and having 2 middle school students in the district. I don't like those numbers. I love that kindergarten could stay lower because I feel like that's very important, but I don't think that the 8th graders should have to take that side of it.
Mr. Mikes?
Could you offer, I'm trying to figure out, and I know this is not a perfect math equation for every single, you know, it's not a perfect system for filling the classes, and when we're trying to figure out these overages and when we pull the trigger to have to hire another teacher. But what I'm trying to look at is the first one. Of course, my computer turned off here, but I have it printed out. The first option, it talks about the proposed class sizes. Then we have the current class size goal, and then we see anticipated average. And I noticed that the anticipated averages don't even get to our current class size goal anyway. And could you, and sorry if this is something that was discussed before, maybe I'm just seeing it.
No,
just
it's,
a little clarity would be appreciated on that as I figure out, well, you know what I'm asking, so go.
I know exactly what you're asking because I ask it to myself every year. It's really a product of the fact that you have to staff grade levels at schools with full, real human beings, and you can't staff it with, say, like 1/10 of a teacher or 1/4 of a teacher. And so you end up in a lot of scenarios where you have 2 options. You either reduce a section and then have class sizes dramatically higher than what we're targeting, or you give the section and have class sizes closer to but lower than what we're targeting. And it truly just depends on how the number of children in the grade fall. And so what you're seeing is we do, because of the feedback that we receive from not just the governing board, but everywhere, that large class sizes are viewed as problematic. We tend to not, well, I won't even say that. Our board regulation, or procedure as it presently is, says that when you're 3 above, you get more staffing. And the result of that is that you end up with smaller class sizes because you hit that 3, and then when you add the teacher, the resulting class size of the 4 classes or the 5 classes, however many teachers you have in that grade, are just mathematically lower than the target. I know it's hard to.
No, I understand that piece. It's not like when there's an overage, all of a sudden it's 25 kids over, and then voila,
Right.
we have a class of 28, 25 or 28 kids again with,
Right.
with hiring a new teacher. I was just trying to figure out as, as people are looking at these and we're seeing these projections and just trying to understand how that, that comes into play. That's all the questions I have right now for this.
I'll just,
Mr. Oh, go ahead.
sorry. Can I just provide a quick example? We'll use kindergarten because the present numbers are easy because it's 25 in a class. So if you're running a school with four kindergarten teachers, your perfect grade level size would be 100 students, right? The current procedure says that at 112 students, we would add additional staffing. That's 3 more per grade. That would then mean you have 112 students, but now you would have 5 teachers. If you divide 112 students by 5, you now have an average class size of 22 and a half. And so you see how, because we truly don't allow it to grow much higher than the target, you regularly end up with class sizes that are below the target.
Well, you stole my thunder, because I have an example using 33 students.
Perfect,
to
go
get to
ahead.
99. So, I think I brought this up, I did bring this up last time, because in my head, that's what I see, right, is yes, we can have some consolidation, but realistically, what's going to happen is the campuses that are full, because we have a lot of campuses that aren't, and there's no issue, right? We've toured them, and it's 24, 26. It's way less than some of these other school campuses we see. This is going to impact certain campuses. And so the idea of saying, okay, if we get to a certain level, then we'll open it up. I would love, and have you done this to where you've taken our current student population, right? And I don't know how long this would take. It seems like you could probably do it and say, okay, if we're going to transfer, and you said every school, or every kindergartner is going to first grade, every first grader is going to second, all the way up at every grade to see what that would look like the next year. Have you done that?
I hate to steal your thunder again.
But you did it? Good.
But that's where the 1,020,000 comes from.
Correct, that's what I'm
That's-
saying. You've actually done this.
Yes.
This isn't an estimate. This isn't okay,
Right.
2.7 kids.
Now,
type
what
stuff.
still is an estimate, right,
If we
Board
keep
Member
the same
Owen,
student population.
is that rollover.
Correct. So this is because I asked it last time.
It's actually the spreadsheet that Executive Director Satterfield and I use every year to do staffing with our schools. At some point, I must have been feeling very excited to build a spreadsheet because the class sizes are just an input, so I can put in any class size target we want to see.
Yes, so I think one of my other points was, we've heard a lot of public comment. We've heard a lot of people that are fearful all of a sudden, my campus, my kid's class, my student's classroom. What would be, how do we message or communicate like, hey, this is only going to be certain classes or certain campuses. So that way most people are going to be, okay, it's not going to affect my child.
I think, honestly, you start that at the site level with the individual principals, and that'll be most easily seen by them when we feel comfortable enough to provide them the normal staffing documents that they get every year as far as what staffing they can expect to see on their campus next year. I do think this model of how we're presenting it tonight does lend to potentially an easier narrative around we're both looking at target class size, but we're also looking at maximum class size. Even in scenario 2, even in option 2, the maximum class size before you get additional support has only increased by 1. So even though the target has increased by 2, what I personally heard in a lot of the feedback were there was concern around the largest classes. And this, either option, option 1, does not change the largest classes at all. And option 2 only changes the largest classes by 1 student. And I think that becomes the message, along with some school-specific information that I think our site leaders can help us address to specific communities. At least that's where my mind goes.
Cool, thanks.
Ms. Moran?
Okay, I have kind of a lot in this section. So, okay, I'm not a fan of option 2. I'll just tell you that right now. Being that I understand what you're saying, that, you know, it would only be the largest classes that would be impacted by that, but the feedback that we got during the last meeting was really feedback on a larger increase. So like the option number 1 here that we're saying 1 student per class is clearly not the increases we were presented with in the first. So I think that alone is going to help to quell some fears about a negative impact that this might happen. That being said, let me ask a couple of clarifying questions before I give my opinion on this. So when I look at slide 15, which is an explanation of the gen ed class size reduction, and I see that it would reduce by 17 teaching positions, 8 of those are from tightening of staff and 9 are from the change in class sizes. Is that saying that the 8 positions will be eliminated regardless of if we change class sizes?
Yes.
Okay, so if we don't change class sizes at all, what is that impact? I'm assuming it's approximately 500,000, which is half of what that is if we're looking at 8 versus 9.
Yes.
Okay, so what you're saying there is we could not change class sizes and still save $500,000.
Yes.
Okay. That seems like a win-win. The other thing on that specifically is when you were talking about the rule we have in place now for the additional classroom support, my understanding is that when we decide we need another section or when the classes get to the max number, that we allow a choice between hiring a teacher and getting additional instructional assistant hours. Is that correct?
It typically doesn't come in the form of instructional assistant hours, but there is typically an option between a classroom, 1 or 2 classroom assistants or a teacher. The only reason I make the point that it's not the classified hours is classified hours provide a principal the opportunity to use it in whatever way they see fit. That's not the option we give them. We give them the choice of either a teacher or classroom aides.
Okay, classroom,
so
okay.
they could not, not that they would, but they could not, in how we give it to them, choose to provide that additional classified support in, for example, the front office.
A different grade or
I don't
something,
think
okay.
they would, but that option's
Okay.
not given. Historically speaking, where we see that aid option being taken advantage of is at our schools that don't have a classroom to put an additional teacher into it.
Okay. So I guess my question then becomes, have we considered, or do we think we should consider tightening those rules so that we can better utilize larger classes within our guidelines instead of adding a teacher and lowering that average, having the first trigger be additional classroom aids.
I do think you could do that. You could then, for example, and I'm not proposing this, but just to give an example, you could say at 2 or 3 additional students in average in a class, that gets you an instructional aid. And then at some other number, it gets you a teacher.
Yeah, another number that would get us closer to the average of what we actually want it to be, our targets, really.
What would end up happening, and maybe this is something we're okay with, it can be part of the discussion, is you would have a larger range of class sizes.
Yeah.
You would still have small class sizes just by how the numbers kind of work. You would also have much larger class sizes, but with additional aid support. But that's certainly broadening that band of acceptable class sizes as opposed to shrinking it would allow you to more closely align actual class sizes with what the target is. In fact, mathematically, it's about the only way to more closely target the class sizes. Executive Director Satterfield and I really spent a lot of time on looking at why in the world, when you look at this option, does the anticipated average, even though it's increasing the target class size, really align fairly closely with our current class size? And so we went in that model that I just described to Board Member Owens, went grade by grade level, school by school, and identified the grade levels that would be really very close to needing a new teacher. And it was kind of an entertaining process because what we ended up doing was making a list of those 8 positions that this slide talks about, and seeing that they're 1 student away, 2 students away, 3 students away from triggering that thought process of needing additional support. And that's the hard part when HR and finance are looking at how do we staff schools in the coming year, because you really are sitting there thinking, okay, this grade level is 1 student away from hitting that trigger where I'm expected to give more supports. Do I just give it now because it's literally 1 student and this is based on estimates? Or do we not give it, but then potentially find ourselves in a scenario where we're trying to hire a teacher mid-year or after the season when that 1 student comes? Now, if we move to a model where you get that 1 student, you get that 2nd student, you get that 3rd student, and what's being added is an instructional aid, that does become a slightly different conversation, simply because instructional aids by and large are easier to hire midstream than are certified teachers. Because of the nature of certified teachers being on contract, it can be very difficult to find a certified teacher after the school year has begun because, frankly, we're in a teacher shortage and the good teachers are already under contract somewhere.
Can I pause you just a moment? Mr. Owens, you got a question. Go.
I just had a follow-up. What is the student, like, oh, we're 1 over, so we need it, just kind of like you were alluding to, oh, now we're back under, we're over, we're under type stuff, right? Like, I feel like we'd constantly be, oh, you need an aid this week, but this student withdrew, now you don't, right? Like.
Right, and that is one of the challenges. Enrollment is constantly fluctuating, day to day, week to week. It is one of the reasons from time to time, Executive Director Satterfield and I, for lack of a better word, slow play staffing changes because we want to see that that number is going to stick before we provide it. It's not always perfect. And that's another reason why having that gap too small can be problematic, because it can be much more likely that you get 2 students over than then even 3. The bigger that gap is, the more likelihood that it really is real.
Understood. So to me, the other piece of this coin is we are talking about raising class sizes, which will only impact some of our schools. We know we have schools that are pretty much across the board under, and some relatively significantly under, our current class size goals. So this entire presentation is positioned around reducing expenses, and what we're not talking about is increasing revenue, which can only be done by increasing our enrollment. So I had a meeting with Dr. Davidson yesterday and pitched an idea that I would like to at least put on the table tonight as well, which is to do a recruitment campaign, to hire an outside service to do a targeted campaign to students either in the area of our district, perhaps in our district who have gone to other schools, just reminding them of the quality education that we do offer based on we're a rated district, based on potentially the school that's in the area that they might live in. I'm not a marketing or PR expert. I know we have some people on staff who do that as well, but I think this would be worth an investment to put some time and effort into to see if we could move the needle back to filling our classes rather than trying to increase class size to vary the number really only in those schools that are already at capacity or overcrowded. So if we can bring in some revenue, meaning bring in more students to fill the classrooms that are less efficient than they could be, that is another solution to this problem that we're having. I don't know what the results of that would be. Obviously, none of us do. We haven't done that before. But I do think that the reward or the payback from that could be really significant, because one of the reasons that we're even having this conversation or started this conversation months ago was because we saw we lost 100 students. Our enrollment was down 100 students, and what the dollar impact to that was. And it seems to me that we should easily be able to toot our own horns and get 100 or 200 more students. Now, that might not be the case, but I think that's worth putting some time, effort, and money behind to get a return on investment on that. I don't know what that looks like. I have no idea, but I think that's one of the things that's missing from these conversations is we are doing this based on what our current enrollment is and what we estimate it will be next year, which is really based on this year, but we don't know that. And I don't want to have to continue to have budget cut conversations without talking about another solution to this, which is filling the seats in our classrooms. And so for me personally, when it comes to the class sizes, if you're telling me we don't have to change class sizes and we can still save $500,000 based on a tightening and really lining up with what our policies and procedures already say from a classroom size with those 8 teacher positions. And I don't think that if we are going to try to recruit families to come back to us or to come from surrounding districts, because we are the best elementary district in the West Valley, there is no arguing that. If we're trying to get those people to come to us, I don't think increasing class sizes goes along with that message. So I would prefer to see a class size change happen if it has to happen, and budget cuts continue to have to happen. I would rather see class size increases happen in a year or two and reserve that change for a different point in time. That is my personal opinion on that.
Can I share a couple of things?
Please.
So the first thing I want to share is I think there might be confusion around where you might see impacts. So one of the places and spaces Executive Director Satterfield and I saw when we were digging deep into the nitty-gritty of the data was a school where in one model you might have 3 teachers in a grade level, and then it drops to 2. So that's obviously already at one of our smaller schools. So I don't want it to seem like it's only going to impact big schools or it will only impact small schools. What really drives, if it impacts, is just the number of students in that grade level and how it relates to that target class size, what that division problem ends up looking like. And so yes, it does end up impacting some schools differently than others, but it really truly isn't because of it's a full school or it's a less attended school. It really is driven by what that math problem does. So that's one thing. The second thing is I do think that there's some opportunity to look at enrollment. I also think there's some opportunity to interpret the procedure we have in place slightly differently than we historically have been. So what the procedure shares is if you are at 3 above board-approved class size in every class in the grade level, that additional supports will be added. And there's a list of things that we say could meet that requirement. Historically, we've leaned towards adding a teacher. That is the most expensive way to address that problem. But to be frank, it's also the most direct way to address that problem. It truly reduces the class size you're experiencing down to a level that's below the class size target. You could, to this conversation, have a first stop be an IA or even one of the other potential solutions that would be cheaper. What would result from that is you would not see a reduction in class size, but what you would see is a reduction in adult to student ratio, which is slightly different than adult to certified teacher ratio. But that certainly is an option without a change in current policy. We could take a very aggressive stance on class size, and what I mean by that is those decisions that I was sharing that finance and HR have to make around this is 1 or 2 students away from needing another teacher. The default answer could be we're not giving that teacher because the data doesn't say we'll have the need for it. And then when it comes, you're still not necessarily getting that teacher, you're getting other supports. That's certainly an option. It takes a broader view of class size and looks more at, like I said, adult to student ratio as opposed to teacher to student ratio. So that is an option for us to consider.
I guess I would say on that, I would like to get some feedback, on pros and cons from that, because as every decision that we make, we try to do what's in the best interest of student success. So I don't know historically what the context is of how many times do we go ahead and hire a teacher and come to find out, yeah, we could have done without them. Or, what is the quality of the education then if we're not adding a teacher? And then, is that part of why we're successful? Because we do have lower than really what we're allowed to have class sizes with a certified teacher, leading the helm there. So I need more information on that, I would say.
Did you have more questions about this section, Ms. Moran?
No, I don't think I have any more questions on this section. I believe
Okay, Mr. Owens, go ahead. If you had something, go ahead.
I can't remember I think it was last question. Do we do some type of exit survey for anybody who withdraws their students, right? Do we do that? Or do they give a reason?
We do,
We
yeah.
do? And do they all fill it out, or some don't? Most don't?
Some don't. It's hard, when a family is leaving us, it's hard to force that, right? But we certainly solicit that information.
Okay, Mr. Mikes, you can go ahead.
I just want to, I want to piggyback off of one thing Board Member Moran said, as far as understanding all those options, of course, and when we have to pull those triggers, I mean, that's good information to have. I want to go back to the, thing where with the students, and not to oversimplify this, but we always talk about trying to find reoccurring revenue or ways to pay for things, and, nothing is more important than the students that, bringing in students into the school district. And when you look, if you run numbers and you see our total capacity for what we have available in our schools as opposed to what's filled right now, and it's just like an average number is probably around 1,000 openings, or based off of capacity, and that's full capacity. I understand the math doesn't work exactly for every single grade level, but when I look at the capacity numbers with the graph, and it's like there's 90 grade sections within all the schools. 16 of them don't have openings. The rest of the 74 do have openings, and then I sit back and go, oh, what is Ms. Moran brought up 100 kids and what that means to a number, and I'm just like, oh, okay, what does 50 kids mean? And just on the weighted piece, when you talk about 50 more kids, that's 736,000 if they're all that same thing. And just so I guess what I'm just trying to say is for us to additionally really think outside of the box of ways on where these kids are, how we can pull them in, because we know we have the product. And there's something out there that we could be doing better to recapture some of that to where we can limit the amount of conversations. And I know that that statement's kind of like maybe a no duh, as far as, of course, we'd want more kids, but all the time and effort we put into trying to figure out what to do with Thomas Heck and all the manpower we put in to figure those pieces out, I wonder how much time, effort, energy, money, or whatever that looks like to attack those student numbers as well. So that's my long-winded way of agreeing with what Board Member Moran said about with the numbers as well.
Okay, I have a question, and then I'm going to give my opinion. That's probably not going to match anyone's up here, actually. But first of all, you mentioned a school where it's going to go from 3 teachers to 2, and how our smaller schools will be impacted. Tell me what that means for traditional academy at those schools. If you only have 2 classes, how can you have one of them be traditional academy and only one classroom be your gen ed students?
Yeah. So the specific example I was talking about was actually a kindergarten grade level, and I could be wrong on this. This isn't the world I live in every day, but I don't think we have TA at the kindergarten
We
grade
do not
level.
have TA in kindergarten.
Okay.
But
But
say
it's a
that,
good question.
But if that were to happen, you said that specifically for kindergarten, but I could see how that could happen potentially in a different grade. What does that mean for TA if that happens?
We haven't really talked about this specific situation coming up. I can tell you when we moved to Troy Gilbert to LTH, they only had 2 classes, and we did not do TA at that school specifically because of the 2. We did do cluster gifted, so gifted students were clustered together in the same class. But it isn't something that we have talked about at this point.
But that is not the same, because TA, while I understand it's how we service our gifted kids here in this district, and that's a whole different conversation, TA is not just for kids that are gifted.
Correct. It's
It
high
is
achieving
just
as
a
well.
high achieving students and that are looking for something different.
Correct.
So we're not sure how we would handle that then at this point in
It
time.
just has not been brought up. It isn't something that we've talked about.
Okay. So, looking at the big picture, us as a board, we sit up here and we have to make some very hard decisions. And they're going to be decisions that none of us want to make. And that's what we got elected to do, is to make these hard decisions. And I've really been thinking about this a lot because of the fact that the class changes happened right when I got on the board, and I was really proud of the work we did to do that. But looking at the whole big picture of ways that we can save this money that we need to save, because we have lost students, and I agree, let's start figuring out how we can bring them back. But I'm also realistic that we can't avoid dealing with this budget deficit that we're basically dealing with, of how we need to cut some money in order to keep our budget balanced. That's very important. We have to be responsible to our stakeholders in the community that pay those taxes to us to use it responsibly. There are lots of different options that we can look at of making cuts. What I do not want to see us do is make a small cut here, like add one student in every class, and then also still have to cut our our support services that we offer to our classrooms. Because one of the things that our district has always had, and one of the things that I feel sets us apart from districts around us, is we have so many options as far as reading intervention and math intervention and all the stuff that we do and all the supports that we offer our teachers. And one of the reasons that I feel like that was done before we made the class cuts in the past was because we did have some higher class numbers than some of the districts around us. But our schools all had supports to help those teachers to do what they needed to do and to be able to reach our kids and target our kids more individually. So if we don't find a way to cut money somewhere, we're looking at potentially also having to cut some of the supports we offer our students. And that is unacceptable to me, because I think that will be more detrimental than having one or two extra kids in a classroom. And my other question actually is, well, I guess a comment is, wouldn't this actually help some of our schools that are bigger, because we already don't have enough classrooms? So this might make it so that we're not trying to find another classroom for these kiddos in some of those really full schools.
It certainly does have the possibility of that impact, where with a larger class size, potentially you need one less student somewhere on that campus, right? And then you have a tiny bit more space on our most full campuses. I'm also realizing one of the things I've not shared tonight, and I have shared it with the governing board. The governing board has this context, and we've talked about it in prior board meetings, but I do think it's just important context to share tonight, is really what level of cut we likely should be targeting. And that figure is between 3.5 and 4.5 million, I would say. And so when you think about how one gets there, there's truly two significant budget levers that get us there. It's class size, and it's the certified support positions that you just mentioned, right? That's just simply the largest budget levers when you think about school district spending, because it is staffing, it is at the school level. The reason it being at the school level is significant is any cut at the school level happens times 15, times 16, and so it scales very quickly. So when you talk about if we're going to get to a reduction of 3.5 to 4.5, I truly just don't know how you do that without touching either class size or certified support staff, or some combination of the both. I will share just personally, I have some concerns about doing both in the same year, simply because if enrollment does not turn around, you may end up having to have continued efforts to balance the budget. And I just don't know that impacting both and then continuing conversations about how to balance the budget will leave you in a very good spot.
Right, that's my concern too, is it's not just this year, it's what do we have to do next year and the next year, because we've looked at these budget forecasts over the next several years and we know what we're dealing with. And I sincerely hope that Ms. Moran's idea, and we can figure out how to make that happen, and we bring students back in and we can fill our seats and we can undo some of these things. But at the same time, we can't turn a blind eye to them. That's what we're up here to do. And we need to trust you guys to bring us the right information. And so I know that makes me like the bad guy up here to say that class size is an easy way to do it, but that is an easier way to do it, especially if we can keep all our supports in place for those students. I feel like our students are still going to get what they need. Our teachers are going to still have people that are helping them to be able to educate our students to the best of their abilities. And that is what I'd like to see. Another lever you didn't mention, we talk about later, but another big one is all-day kindergarten. Talk about an unfunded thing that we do in our district. And I would never say we should not have all-day kindergarten. But that is a huge expense to our district that we pay because we know that's what's best for students. But it is a very big expense that is not covered by the funding that we get from the state. So we have to look at where we can get there. And I want to do what is best for students. I just also don't want to take away, I don't want to increase our class sizes a little and also take away supports. That's just not something that I want to see happen.
I do think the commentary we're hearing tonight really speaks to, at least in my mind, a decision that both the governance of Litchfield Elementary District and the administration of Litchfield Elementary District need to make in terms of what is our strategy. And what I mean by that is our strategy having the smaller class sizes, but less certified supports, less intervention, less supports in that way, or is it larger class sizes with more supports? I just don't know that the Arizona school funding formula supports a model of lower class sizes and more supports. And I don't, as a non-educator, I don't know the answer to that. But I think that that is the broad strategic level question that we're wrestling with tonight, that ultimately, at the end of the day, we have to decide. And it's not completely an either or, it's a spectrum, for sure. But we do have to decide what our strategy is and where we're going to fall on that spectrum.
What I would say about that is I actually think we can do some of all of it, with the caveat that yes, potentially more budget cuts will come, and eventually we may end up in a spot where we have larger class sizes and no supports. That may be the reality of the situation, but I think we can inch towards that with a little bit of both and not have to choose one or the other. Because if we inch towards that and we are successful with increasing our enrollment, we can inch right back. It will be much easier to go back to that. And we're going to get to this obviously, but I also think there's some potential ways of looking at the increase in a different way as well, but we'll save that conversation for later. So I did want to know, President Zeidema, are you saying you're in favor of option 1 or option 2?
I'm in favor of option 2 because I feel that that is the best one of those options to get us closer to where we need to be. And I know that that now makes me like evil to all the teachers watching, and I'm sorry, I love you all, I promise. But at the end of the day, we're gonna have to make hard decisions, and I feel like that's a decision that I would be comfortable with making, knowing that we got to keep our supports in place for them. Like if it was increase our class sizes by 2, keep our kindergarten the same, because that is important to me. For our littles, those are the ones that are like babies still, right? And then we don't touch our supports for now. That is what I would rather see happen. Does anybody else have any other?
I'm going to agree with Ms. Moran that I think that if our goal is to increase enrollment, putting our middle schools at that level would very drastically change enrollment. I think that that is very important to parents, and I think personally that parents care more about their class size than some of that support staff that they don't see. And maybe my student in middle school, and I don't mean me personally, I'm just being a hypothetical middle school parent, doesn't use support services. So now they're in a class of 35 kids because we want to keep more support services. I don't think that's fair either.
I would say to that we heard from schools that didn't want us to change their student numbers, that they didn't care about the class sizes. Those parents didn't care at Verado Heritage that they were going to have high class numbers because they wanted their kids to be at their school. So I don't know that every parent is as concerned about the class size as you may think, because again, we had a whole community come out here and tell us that that did not matter to them.
I think the one thing that we have been able to, that's been apparent the last two discussions is that there is no consensus on any of this, right? There's nobody going to be, no decision's going to make everybody happy. That unfortunately, like you alluded to or said, President Zaidema, was that we volunteered, we worked to get signatures and get elected to have to make these decisions. And we are using the information that we have now. And I would love to see our enrollment increase. I would love to have more students in our seats because I think that the quality education that they can get from this district, from our administrators down to our teachers and our support staff, is the best in the West Valley. That's unquestionable. But until that happens, we have the reality of finding $3.5 to $4 million in our budget because we don't have that money anymore. And so there's a lot of things that led us to this point too, right? We had ESSER funds, we had additional revenue, we reduced class sizes previously, and staff was added, and now we have extra staff based on our current student population. If we can not change any staff or not change any classroom sizes and lose 8 positions, right? Like that right there shows we're overstaffed, which is a nice luxury to have. But what we're saying is we don't have these luxuries anymore. And I hate that every one of those 8 is a human being. Every one of these 19 is a human being. Like that's not lost. But at the end of the day, we have to make a budgetary decision. And I think the points that President Zaida made were very valid. I think that they're all unfortunate circumstances of our current situation. And I'm glad that we don't have to necessarily make a decision right now, but we will. And so hopefully from this, we can turn over some more stones. But to get this big of a chunk of money, this is looking like a sad reality, either option 1 or option 2.
What I would like to add to that is, you're going to go back based on this feedback, and then we will get another iteration of this presentation?
We will. One of the things I wanted to readdress is if we still want to target a March 16th issuance of contracts, we will need to build consensus incredibly soon. And so, because I feel like that may not happen tonight, I might recommend that we work with Dr. Davidson and Ms. Contra to explore what an additional board meeting next week looks like. truly, if we don't land on where we want to be on class size and certified support staff, HR will not be able to publish to schools what staffing for next year will be, and that entire process will be pushed back. I don't want us to rush that decision. I want us to be able to make the right decision for our district. But I also think we need to protect what the hiring season looks like for next year, because regardless of what decision we make, if we're not able to fulfill that decision because of hiring delays, I don't think that's what's in the best interest of students. And so to support this administration and the governing board making that decision in a way that we can all be comfortable, I would potentially recommend that we consider exploring with Dr. Davidson and Ms. Contra additional time to discuss this topic. And just because of the timeline of staffing, I would strongly suggest it be next week.
Okay, one suggestion I have on the gen ed ratios, option 1 and option 2, I would like to see the 8 positions removed from here and just put separately, because it sounds to me like no matter what option we choose, which would be no class size changes, option 1 or option 2, we're going to get that $500,000 in savings. So I would like that removed from here so that we're not seeing a $1.6 million decision when it's really a $1.1 million decision.
Yep.
That's, again, where I go back to when I do the math, I think we can get there without this. The other thing I want to add on the remaining part of that, which is the potential 9 positions in the option 1, is that is an estimate. And when we look at the changes in support staff, we know exactly what those positions are, and we know exactly what the impact of those positions are going to be. We could say we're going to save $1 million going on option 1 and only end up saving, if we remove half again, half of that. I mean, this is not set in, we're not definitely going to save this. So I even look at that as saying, to me, it's too set in estimates to know that we're actually going to save the money, and we have got to save the money. So I feel more inclined to make decisions based on changes that we know are going to result in actual budgetary changes and savings, not what we think may result in budgetary changes.
Can I just add to that? So that's true. And the reason it's so true is, despite us looking at every single grade, every single school, and modeling that change in that way, it's still based on estimates of the number of students that come in each grade. The reason that that's not as true for certified support staff is we provide a number of those to our schools, which we'll talk about here in a minute, how that really looks. And there's significantly less risk of trigger being hit to increase that. And so it is more concrete in that way. I don't think that that's something we can avoid in terms of, I don't think there is a better way to estimate the impact of class sizes. I think sadly, just by the nebulous nature of the inputs into the process, it is an estimate, and it is a little bit more uneasy than the others. But I just wanted to share that there's truth to that statement.
I am not opposed to us having to try and get a meeting next week, because I think that we're not going to come to consensus tonight as much as I
am 100% not available next week. Just throwing that out there.
I have a question on, I know we got to move on too, but, sorry, now I've totally lost my, so here's my question, yes. If we know what class sizes would look like next year based on if everybody moved up, right? How many students, right? So say my 7th grader right now is in a class, and next year he's in an 8th grade class, and there's, what's the max, 36 students in there? 30, 35? Right? Is that the maximum that we could have in a
That is the current maximum, so 32 the target
so
plus 3.
anticipated average, current class, okay, proposed. So say now, right now, they're in a class with 35, next year they're in a 36, and I'm like, this is too much, I want to disenroll my student from this elementary school. Okay, so I guess my question is, how many students total in the school district will be in larger classrooms next year than they are this year? Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I don't
What would
have
be
the
the
answer
total
for you.
if every single kid, every single student who now is in a larger class next year than they were this year decided to leave our district? How many kids is that?
I don't know, but I can know
Yeah.
after tonight.
Is it 17? Is it 52? Right?
Yeah.
Like that, I think. And I'm not trying to say let's gamble and say these kids aren't going to leave or we're okay
Sure.
with 5 of them because we don't want any of them to leave. But again, I feel like a lot of this is perception and I want it to be reality. That's why I asked that number. Belen Soto, okay, if my kid's in 7th grade right now or I don't know, I'm just an example, in 8th grade next year, we're going to know his estimated class size based on, right? Verado L, my kid's in 1st grade. At 2nd grade, what is her estimated classroom size going to be? Like, we can get those numbers now.
Yes.
So that gives parents either peace of mind or an understanding, okay, this is the reality that we have. That's where I think right now, everything right now we're looking at is guessing and estimates like we mentioned, but we have actually more.
Well, they're estimates based on that work you're describing. We're just talking about it at a higher level.
And so with a decision like this, I think we need to actually get more granular, in my
okay.
opinion, for transparency and for less perception and more reality.
So, sorry, I'm just thinking. So we have 2 options that we presented tonight. We certainly can get more granular on one of them. We certainly can get more granular on both of them. We certainly also can develop a third option. Technically speaking, option 1 and option 2 really are option 2 and option 3 because we talked about an option last time that isn't presented here. I don't want to poll the board, but are there any additional options we'd like to see, or would we like to just see granular detail on both of these, or would we like to see granular detail on one of these?
I guess, can I ask a question on what Board Member Owens is going to do with the granular detail? Because that's still going to be an estimate. It's still going to be, okay, if everything is the same as this year and it's rolled forward to next year, let's say half the kids are impacted by a higher class size. Do you have a number in mind where you're like, that's going to be too much, or you just want to know that? I just don't know how that's going to help with like the decision-making process. And it is not, there is work that needs to be involved to kind of boil that down and do those scenarios.
Well, how much work? I mean, like, the number, we should know. I mean, you have the numbers right there. You should know, right? Like,
It's honestly not much work. So the way the spreadsheet is structured, the top has the current number of teachers, the middle has the number of teachers the forecast would suggest, and the bottom of it has the average class size in each grade in each school, with an average calculated for the grade level across the board. That's where the anticipated average column from these tables comes from.
yeah, and so I don't necessarily think, and I don't need this, and I don't think we need to put up a slide of, okay, this is what Verado L looks like, this is what Verado Heritage, right? That was an example of, right? But that overall number of how many students are going to be in larger classrooms next year than they are this year.
Sure.
And by that, I mean larger than our current standard. So if you're in a class of 22 and next year you're going to be in 24, that's
You're
still
not
below
interested in
that's
that.
not interested.
Yeah.
I want that number and for my own knowledge, and whether I use that.
So we can
As a-
figure that number.
Pretty easily.
And what I also might suggest, just because I think it will help in the interpretation of it, is the percentage. So taking that number, but also turning it into a percentage of our student body.
Which is great. I'm all for having more information. I guess my final thought on that is our class sizes are a policy, and we should not make policy decisions based on fluctuations year to year. This needs to be what is our theory in general, which CFO Vaughn brought up. You know, what is the philosophy and the governance behind the way that we are choosing to manage our classroom sizes? Do we want them to remain small? Are we okay with them being slightly larger? It's more than just looking at the budget this year to next year and who's impacted this year to next year and our current students. We've had these classroom sizes in place for many years at this point, and it's not something that you want to change regularly. You want to get a number and stick with that for consistency.
Yeah, but we don't always have the same size square to put in the different size hole for the next year, right? Like, you guys got the opportunity to decrease classroom sizes based on the student population, based on the funds. Right now, moving forward, that's going to be a reality. And so that's just the biggest opportunity for us to save money that needs to be saved. And so I think having that number of and percentage of students affected is going to give our parents, you know, a better idea of this impact that it's going to have on our overall district and possibly to their children, but also we have to do something. So
I agree that we have to do something, but I do feel like we need to inch our way there. And I don't think that we should be making jumps where we are increasing any particular grade number level significantly more than the others. And option 2 does still significantly impact our 6 through 8 more than any other grade level. There's the numbers show that. There's no other way around that. And I don't think that that is the way to go about this. I think it should be consistent across grade levels, and we should inch our way there. And I understand that we have to make hard decisions, and I think increasing the class sizes at all is a hard decision. But I am personally still not in favor of option 2.
And what I would add to Board Member Wallace's comments, which I agree with, is when we look at student success and we look at academic achievement, our middle schoolers struggle the most. So why would we penalize them by increasing their class sizes more when we know our 8th graders in particular have benefited from smaller class sizes?
Okay, to throw another thing at you, Mr. Vaughn, since we're going to have to talk about this again, can you bring us what it would look like if we only increased middle school by 1?
I certainly can. May I ask a clarifying question?
Yes?
So are you saying take option 2, which increases kindergarten by 0, what I would call, which is probably confusing, the middle grades by 2, and the middle school grades by 1?
Yeah, and you know what? If we need to increase kindergarten by 1 to make that a little more feasible, then do that.
Okay.
sorry, another wrinkle. I'm not sorry. I mean, this is. What
I'm not sorry either.
And this might be it's something I haven't heard yet about is variances. If we have an 8th grade and it's at 35 students and it's maxed out in 4 classes, are any of them on variances, or is there a possibility that some of them are on variances?
It is possible that some of them are variances. How that works
I know we have the tiered of priority and teachers, and we went through that
Yes,
last
sir.
year. But
But how it works as far as deciding whether to let them in or not depends on the time of year. So at the beginning, Executive Director Satterfield and I essentially apply the staffing model. It makes it sound like we're making a lot of decisions, but most of it is math. And so based on the standards, we decide how many teachers make sense in each grade in the same way that I've described, right? And then we look at, with our open enrollment analyst, what it looks like if we allow every student who is in the grades currently to remain. We always staff as if that's going to be the case because we roll forward the numbers. And if you think about what rolling forward the numbers means, it means you're staffing as if they're going to remain, because those numbers, our current enrollment numbers, include both variant students and non-variant students. But around the end of March, we sit down, and last year it truly did take 2 days, and we went grade level by grade level, and we said, can we comfortably let all of the open enrollment students back in? Or would it be safer, is this grade level 2 on the edge? Do we want to slow play letting some of them in? And so we might decide that we let in, 5 of them, and we leave 3 or 4 of them on the wait list so that we can monitor the enrollment as we get closer to the school year, and then we decide how many to let back in. And so I really do view open enrollment as a strategic both staffing and class size lever that we get to utilize. So I just don't want it to make it seem like open enrollment is the reason for some of these problems. I actually think in a lot of cases it ends up being more of a solution than a problem, if that makes sense.
no, it makes total sense, and I totally understand it. Where certain grade levels we need open enrollment. My point, and this is again the number. It could be 4, it could be 7. I just, for my own edification and for transparency and just all that stuff, you made a good point, and that's an answer, right? If variances don't impact class sizes, and so if your child is in an overfilled class, it's not because anybody else is here on a variance, and so it's just because we have that many students in our district, right? Like, that's my point of asking the question.
So we're not able to give you an answer, and Ms. Wallace cannot be here next week, so I'm not really sure how we want to proceed about this class size thing, because I don't think there's consensus for you, which is what you're trying to figure out right now.
Well, as long as we have 4 or more board members, we can have a board meeting. Actually 3 or more board members, we can have a board meeting. No offense to Board Member Wallace, but if this is a time crunch, and it sounds like it obviously is, and this is a big decision that needs to be made,
And we wouldn't be voting on the budget next week. We're just trying to come to some kind of consensus
A point of
about.
clarity just on that point, President Zeidema, is class sizes are actually not in policy. They're in procedure.
Okay.
Why that's helpful is it doesn't take a 2-read process to change them. And so the governing board could come to some level of consensus, obviously without a vote, because it's not a voting item, and we would be able to move forward. I just wanted to provide that clarity that it really, the class size component does not need to be a voting item. It can continue being a discussion, but we do, to your point, need to come to some level of consensus to allow us to implement staffing for next year.
Well, I feel pretty strongly that option 2 is the best option for us as far as being financially responsible. But I do not believe that you have consensus from the board on that one. So,
Can I just get one point of clarity on this? Is when we're talking about, whether we want option 1, whether we want option 2, or some, mashup of, that and dropping the highest level down on option 2 for the middle school. It's not. I feel like I'm hearing this, but that's not the case. Is if we were to say option 2, that it's not like an all or nothing thing. As if we don't have to look at support staff and services and stuff like that as well. By us choosing this doesn't mean it takes that off the table as well. And I felt like I heard that it's like, we have to decide which way we're going to go. It's here or there, and it's not here or there. It's all of those pieces. And so when I hear Board Member Wallace and Board Member Moran talk about, inching our way there, I see, if you're forced to make, and of course there's a number of slides that we haven't gotten to yet, which have some other additional big numbers to talk about, and as we're trying to get to that $3.5 and $4.5 million mark, or whatever. Also, as we're moving along doing the math, slide 6 through 11 gets us to 950,000, right? Class size, if we just go to option 1, that's another $1 million. If we just stuck with that, if that actually turns out to be the case, and of course, it's projected. I mean, I do like teasing out that $500,000 because, that's just it. So technically, option 1 is option 1 just 500,000, and option 2 is 1.1 million, is what I'm hearing. But that's just what I wanted to maybe say out loud, or maybe I'm missing something. But I
You're
feel
not
like
missing
option, even if we went with option 2, it doesn't mean that other stuff is not on the field as well. So it's almost like leveling out that pull from all of these different areas, as rough as that is, it's not going to completely be free and clear of other stuff.
Correct. There's a lot of ways to add up numbers to 3.5 to 4.5 million. There's only so many options here. The largest options that I'm comfortable truly considering are the class sizes and the certified supports. We'll talk about some other large ones that I think for various reasons aren't a good idea. But, I have a spreadsheet open on my computer right now that totals a lot of these options up to include option 1, many of the other options, and potentially going to a 1.5% raise, and those figures, just for an example, add up to 3.4 million. So there are a lot of different ways to add up to $3.5 to $4.5 million. I don't know that you would be able to get to $3.5 and $4.5 million if you say we don't want to do class size and we don't want to touch certified supports at all. I haven't tried, if I'm just being completely honest, but I don't think the numbers work.
I have never one time seen our teachers say, I'll take less of a raise if it means I get to have a lower class size. Not one time. They have always picked their raise as number 1 anytime we've ever surveyed them about potential cuts or things we're doing. Their raise has always been the number 1 thing to keep. So I guess it would be good for us possibly to have a spreadsheet in front of us where we can kind of play with these numbers too of the various things and put them in. Maybe that would help people to visualize what that looks like if I pick this option and put them together.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like you're getting a consensus that you want tonight, so I am wondering if other board members would be able to make a meeting next week work potentially so that we can try to get to some consensus that people are okay with. so that they can plan for staffing, because I do not also want to see our contracts not be able to go out on time. Well, contracts are in March, but they have to be able to know now to start preparing them.
So what the staffing process looks like, and Executive Director Satterfield can speak to it more in detail, but essentially what happens is we take the inputs of class size and certified and classified support staffing models at the sites. We publish that to principals. Our normal timeline, in a normal year, we would have published that last week. We then begin working school by school, leader by leader, identifying how to actually implement those changes, meaning who isn't going to return, what that truly looks like. That work ends up culminating in an item that comes to the governing board for approval on March 6th, or 5th this year, I'm sorry, March 6th was last year's date, which is the names of the folks that we plan to issue contracts to. The process ends up taking quite a bit of time, both for our leaders and our HR staff, partially because of just the nature of how many schools we have to get through. And so if we can't come to some consensus on class size and certified and classified support staffing, what that does is it delays the start of that process, and so it pushes everything, everything back.
So I gave my personal opinion earlier, which is I would like to see us not change class size, but I would be willing to compromise and potentially agree to a consensus on option 1. I am not in agreement for option 2.
I know we're not polling, but I agree with that. I can come to option 1, even though I would love to not increase class sizes. I don't know that anything will convince me into option 2. I know that this will potentially make me unpopular with the teachers, but I taught for 9 years and received 2% raise in 9 years. As a teacher, it would be more important for me to have lower class size. I also think that, again, while this may not be popular, student success is our #1 focus. And I think that it is more important to have lower class sizes than to offer a 0.5% raise. I don't think the difference between 1.5% and 2% is worth going up that high in class size.
Mr. Mikes, what is your thoughts about class size?
You know, I agree with the option 1 piece. And as far as looking at that, I agree with Board Member Wallace with just the numbers for option 2 are just too high for those for the middle school kids. So I mean, so my poll / non-poll is, you know, for the option 1.
We are not polling.
Yes.
We are not polling
We're not
anyone.
polling.
We're
Yeah.
just giving our opinions about the options that have been presented to us.
President Zeinma, can I interject just on behalf of time, and knowing that
Yes, please.
I think you guys are all very wise to know there's additional slides that have other things for us to consider. I do agree. We hear the board, individual voices of the board. So I think it'll be our job to take that information that you've shared on this topic, as well as the others, and come back either A, with additional conversation, or B, with an actual administrative recommendation. And at that point, in the administrative recommendation, you can tear it apart, say yes to this, no to that, depending upon how it comes from the board, right? The particular action to vote on, and then we can continue that conversation. But I think if you're comfortable, I hear it, we hear it. Let's keep moving, and then we will bring back more information per some of the requests this evening.
I would like to know if everybody else can try to make a meeting next week work. Ms. Moran,
I can do every night, but Wednesday, we've got kinder experience.
okay.
Are we talking during the day, in the evening? Well, I mean,
Would it be more time honoring to have Ms. Contra work with the governing board to see what that
Yeah,
might
I just
look
wanted
like?
to make sure that we could make something work
I see.
so that we could figure out if maybe some of these things we don't need to keep talking about tonight and maybe just move to next week.
I'm open.
Okay, so if we think that we can get 3 to 4 board members, Ms. Contra will work with figuring that out. That being said, is there anything that you really want to address today on this, or do we just want to come back to this? Is there anything, Ms. Wallace, you're not here at all next week, that we didn't talk about that you have very strong feelings about?
I mean, I think my last statement would be my strongest feeling about how passionate I am about not increasing class sizes that much.
I guess I would be curious to know your thoughts, Board Member Wallace, on the, what are we calling it? On the certified staffing changes, the instructional coaches and behavior coaches,
If the-
reducing by 1 FTE or 0.5 FTE.
Would the board be okay with at least having discussion tonight on the new items, the ones that we have not previously discussed?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, we totally threw you off. I'm very sorry.
I just want to give the opportunity for the board to at least see the new content. Similar to how we looked at resource ratios and self-contained ratios, these are EL ratios, which were developed with our Director of English Language Development and do align exactly, honestly, with the state statutes around the minutes requirements for certified staff. Any questions on EL staffing ratios?
Ms. Wallace?
So are these our current ratios?
Our current ratios for certified staff, it'd be easier if I'd presented the next slide first. The certified EL position is a given in our staffing standard. What that means is for existing as a school, you're given an EL specialist. What we've found in our work is that doesn't always make sense. You can have a school with a very low EL student population receiving a full-time certified position to provide EL services in a world where it's simply not needed. And so what this new standard would allow is in the few places and spaces in our district that is occurring, it would address that.
So
The
then-
other change is our current standard for EL aides is at 35 versus 45.
Okay, so the places that don't support a full person would then share someone, is that correct?
Yeah, that school would be assigned a 0.5 or a half-time position. And if we had other half-time positions either at that campus, so for example, it could in theory be a half-time reading specialist, half-time EL coordinator, or EL specialist, or if there's multiple half-time EL specialist positions at various schools, then it could be shared. But how it would be assigned is a half-time position, and then how that half-time got connected to another half-time would be up to the site leader or HR to help coordinate. Or there are times, it is less common, but there are times where you find an employee actually looking for a part-time position, and so it might also just make as much sense to allow that position to be part-time.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Mr. Mikes?
No other questions on that.
Mr. Owens?
Yeah, I had one ELD specialist reach out with some information that's kind of way over my head. I forwarded on to you just as points to consider. One of them was, I guess, the idea that they have low minutes because of the success they've had previously getting people, getting students out of it. So they're working their way themselves out of a job, I guess, right? So this is way out of my wheelhouse, but just things to consider. I forwarded you.
Thank you. And honestly, if you look at this slide that shows the savings from implementing this ratio change, it's honestly very minimal a change that we would see from implementing this. Truly, similar to class sizes, we had developed a more extreme example, and then through feedback had worked to what you see today. The work around the EL ratio has had some iterations as well.
Ms. Moran?
No questions.
I don't have any questions about this one.
All right. At our last board meeting, the board asked us to provide some options around changing school staffing other than class sizes. We'll cover options for both certified and classified school supports tonight. Our schools are staffed with certain certified support positions as givens, simply for running as a school, and then a certain amount of full-time equivalent positions based on the size of the school enrollment that the principal can use based on site-level data to address the needs most prevalent on their specific campus. Presently, schools receive an instructional coach, a behavior coach, or student advisor, and an EL specialist as certified support givens. The way we could modify this approach is to have instructional coaches and behavior coaches not be a given, but instead roles that have to be selected from the certified choice options, and then increase the amount of choice our principals have. I'm going to go to the next slide where we can see an illustrative example. This slide shows an example of our smallest schools. They're presently given an instructional coach, a behavior coach, and an EL coordinator, and then one full-time equivalent position to infuse the supports most needed on their campus. You can see that on the farthest left-hand column. We could move to a model where they're given an EL coordinator based on the ratios we previously discussed, and 2 certified choice FTE. This would result in a 1 FTE reduction, but which specific position would be reduced would be decided using the data on that particular campus. This same model could result in a half-time reduction by instead providing 2.5 certified choice FTE. I'll pause for discussion on certified support position staffing at our campuses.
Ms. Wallace?
I'm curious how feasible it would be to have a 2.5. Like, who is going to have that part-time position? Or again, is this going to be able to be combined?
So it would be able to be combined. It just would be a matter of where, right? So if you're a school, to our previous conversation, that might receive a half-time EL coordinator, you might get the other 0.5 from here. So you might make that role a 0.5 EL coordinator and a 0.5 reading specialist. It would depend probably on what the school needs and the skills of the person. The other place in space you could see that half-time being used is we do have a number of Title I schools, so they could supplement the half-time position they receive through this staffing with a half-time position that they pay for out of their Title I. You could also see where two schools that are geographically close together having half-time positions that are combined into one full-time role.
And do we think that's feasible?
We used to do that actually pretty often, where we would have 0.5s and they would share, you know, if you're at Corte and Rancho or whatever. So that used to be very common practice in this district.
And
Okay.
I've certainly seen it in other districts.
Again, I'm not saying it's not, I'm just
Sure,
asking
yeah.
the reality of this, where that would work out.
As a former principal and having experienced this, we started with behavior coaches as 0.5, and they would share with different campuses. It was complicated and it was a big workload for those people, but it was done. We also, our EL specialists back in the day sometimes had 3 campuses that they supported. It was a completely different model back then, and the state has changed that model, so it would not work today to be able to make that happen and still align with the requirements. It is something that we have done. The reason we're actually choosing to do the 0.5 instead of saying they're going to share is because it is much easier to have one person on one campus doing 2 different jobs on that campus instead of trying to split from campus to campus.
Then you don't lose time for travel and things of that nature, right?
Yeah, I was just thinking, I mean, just because the math works out on it doesn't mean it's effective. And we have to make sure we keep that in mind as well, or how, you know, the bang for buck on that piece. But that was, I was going to have that question of going, oh, okay, so is that 1.0 a combination of 2 different spots? But, and that's something that's happening now with it. Is that correct? That we have that going on now?
We do have people doing that right now. We've had some very creative principals who have a 0.5 behavior coach and a 0.5 instructional coach, or a 0.5 math and a 0.5 instructional coach. So that is currently happening. We also do have teachers who are sharing specifically resource. That tends to be one that they might have 2 different campuses currently.
Yeah, and this is one that's, you know, tough too. Of course, you're talking about people, but when you look at, you know, where these happen, I mean, I do like the fact that when we're looking at these as examples and options, there's still some choice, you know, involved with that as far as where that goes with everything. And once again, it gets down and there's big numbers attached to that.
Mr. Owens?
Yeah, I remember when pretty sure I was on the board, or I was in the audience, but I think it was on the board when we made the decision to give the schools the choice. And so that was my only question, was can you have a half and half, right? And I don't love the model of one day you're this school, especially if you're a behavioral coach, right? One day you're this school, next day you're this, but wearing a couple hats, finding somebody who's willing to do the position and can do both jobs. I think that, you know, if you get to that level of administration, you should be able to ideally handle behavior. I could be wrong, but these are just brutal decisions.
I mean, I feel like some of them are already doing that anyways, just saying. Some of them wear many hats even with just one job title. But Ms. Moran?
Yeah, so I am in favor of doing something with this, primarily because for me, I was on this board when we made the decision to give these additional supports, and that funding was really based in ESSER funds. And we knew that. We knew we wanted to put extra campus support positions in to help with teacher burnout, to help with all of the things that we were combating at that point in time, and in lessening that academic gap that we were experiencing at that point in time. And we knew that as a board. We went into it saying we are going to hire these people, knowing that this is not sustainable. And that is what we're seeing here. So I am not afraid to say, yes, this is the result of the decisions that we made before. We knew that going into it. So again, I'm in more for a compromise of let's do it, inch by inch. So I would definitely be for the 0.5 reduction option. Depending on how everything else shakes out, I could potentially be for the 1 FTE option reduction. Because again, this is concrete numbers. We're still giving campuses a choice. To Board Member Owen's point, we're not dictating to them what their campus needs or doesn't need. We're saying we knew these positions were going to end, and unfortunately this is the year, or this is the year that we're doing half, and maybe next year ends up being another half. I don't know what that's going to look like, but I think this is a natural progression to the choices that we made in the past. And I don't regret those choices, but we knew this was going to happen. And if we're saying that we didn't know that, we are burying our head in the sand.
I already said that I'd rather not pull these supports from our schools. So I feel like we do need these people. And again, this is what I think makes Litchfield different from the districts around us. But we have to make hard decisions. I'm this one, again, I don't want to do this one. This one I would be less wanting to do, but I can go with consensus of board on whatever works out.
Knowing that we're going to attempt a conversation next week, is the board okay if I move forward? In the presentation, I mean.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. The way we, sorry, wrong slide. In many ways, our classified staffing at our school looks very similar to our certified staffing. Schools are provided certain positions as givens: a school office supervisor, a registrar, an attendance clerk, and classified specialist instructors based on set ratios. And then a certain amount of full-time equivalent positions are provided to our principals based on enrollment to provide additional supports as the campus may need. As we think about each of these positions and options, the one that seems most feasible to change is the attendance clerk. If we were to shift attendance clerks to only being a given at schools with an enrollment of 700 or more, we could save $230,000. I'd like to pause here for discussion on classified staffing at our schools before we move on.
Ms. Wallace.
I don't love that I have to go first for all of these tonight.
I'm sorry.
But
I won't make you go first next time.
no, it's okay. I do think that this is reasonable. I think that a larger campus should have a larger front office staff. If all of our campuses of different sizes have the same amount of staff, that's not really equitable. I think that if you have a larger campus, you should have a larger staff in this area. So again, while I know all of these people are people and I don't want anyone to lose their job, I do feel like this is a fair and equitable change.
Mr. Mikes.
Just two quick questions then. I was just curious, I mean, if it's 700 or more, if I look at it, that means 8 school, I mean, that's half the schools. Is that correct for attendance clerks?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay.
What it truly boils down to is our very largest K-5 would remain having an attendance clerk. Your middle schools would remain having an attendance clerk, and most of the K-8s.
Okay. I was just wondering where that 700 number came from, or, with that, and is that,
Yeah, so
is
we
that
really,
from discussions as far as what might be manageable compared to not?
we really were trying to gauge in Litchfield a large school versus a small school. We were also being mindful of where we have period attendance occurring. which is at our middle schools that happen to be larger. So this would help ensure that everywhere we have period attendance going on, they do have that support to implement that procedure.
Yeah.
But it really was discussion around what a large Litchfield campus
Okay.
looks like compared to a
Gotcha.
small.
Yeah, and this, I mean, this is an unfortunate option, I think.
Mr. Owens, yeah,
I
go
have
ahead.
nothing on this thing.
Ms. Moran?
Yeah, I agree with the other board members. I think it makes sense. I'm not opposed to this.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with this one either. I mean, I do for the people. Again, we don't want to get rid of anybody's jobs.
While this is an option, moving from full-day kinder to half-day kinder, we did want to share, while this is not an option we'd recommend, we did want to share that the state of Arizona only funds school districts for providing a half-day of instruction to kindergarten students. If we moved to only providing a half-day of instruction, we estimate it would save about $900,000 in staffing costs. We do not recommend this approach because it would likely disincentivize families from sending their kindergarten students to our schools, which would have long-ranging impact on our enrollment for years to come. Questions or comments on full-day kinder?
I'm going to start so she doesn't have to go first. I asked for this to be put in there not because I want us to do this. I do not. This is a very terrible idea. But to show that we are looking at every single thing and what it's costing us, because I think it's important for people to see where we are putting our money. We as a district have said that we know full-day kindergarten is what is best for students. So we are investing money in there that we do not get from the state to cover that. So I do not think we should do this. I just wanted everybody to see what the cost is to us to do it. Ms. Wallace?
This is a slightly out of the box idea, but what if we offered half-day kindergarten for the families that maybe do want half-day kindergarten? And what I mean by that is maybe 5 of our schools offer an AM/PM model, and that would potentially be 5 teaching positions. And I say that because I do know many people personally that have said, I can't imagine my kindergartner going to school full day. And there may be parents, again, I don't think it will be all parents, and I don't think it would even be most, but I do think there is potentially a group of parents that would be okay with a half day or prefer a half day model. I am in an interesting position that I was a kindergarten teacher and I have taught AM/PM kindergarten in the state of Michigan, and I have taught full day kindergarten here. And I can tell you, as a kindergarten teacher, there is so much enhancement and enrichment in the full day program, but you can truly cover the core in a half day program because I did it. And I think that it's an option to consider, even though, again, as a teacher that has taught both, I fully support a full-day kindergarten program, but it may be a possibility to decrease money where some parents may actually prefer the option.
I think what might be hard with that, but we certainly can explore it for further discussion, is if you were going to have both be an option at a campus, I think what would end up happening is you'd end up having to staff more, not less. And I would be a little concerned about shifting an entire campus to half-day options only, because I think for the same reason I would be nervous about it at a district-wide level, I think you'd see that in microcosms at the schools that you chose to do that at. I think you'd see families that were boundaried for those schools that didn't want a half-day option go elsewhere. But we certainly can dig deeper
Again,
into what that
I
looks
don't
like.
suggest that we make an entire campus half day. I'm saying if we had 3 campuses that we offered a half day, that if parents wanted that option, that these are the 3 campuses that maybe,
Or so like if a school had 4 kindergarten classes, 3 would be full day, 1 would be
One
half.
would be half-day.
So one class at each, one kindergarten class at each school would be a half day? That doesn't seem like it'd be much significant if the whole district going is 900,000. One class at each campus would probably be 80 grand, 90 grand maybe.
I'd have to think about it, because one class at each campus, I don't know that you'd actually be reducing staffing, maybe by a 0.5. I'm thinking off the cuff here, but
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm thinking if it was 4, you'd have to basically make 2 of them.
What I liked about this, and why I like that you had this on here, President Zaidema, was because it does show that we are investing dollars where we're not getting funded, right? So if you're a parent in this district and now, unfortunately, the reality is, oh, wow, okay, my child is in 7th grade and they're going to have one more student in their class, way to go, school board. We can also kind of say, well, we invested in your child when they were in kindergarten to make sure they got a full day. So I don't know if that's a great example, but I do think that it's a sign that we understand the value of certain things and we don't take for granted the hard decisions that we have to make.
Mr. Mikes, did you have?
Yeah, I don't like this, but I totally appreciate the out-of-the-box conversations to have, because, and, once again, this might not be on the docket and at some point might have to be on the docket, but just to investigate and, talk about those things. But I'm just saying, for right now, for this moment, I definitely don't like this as an option. However, I totally appreciate, trying to go down some different avenues of what it could look like, just always pushing those questions.
Ms. Moran?
Yeah, I agree with the conversation. What I would say is that maybe unbeknownst to parents, there is an option for half-day kindergarten, which is you come and pick your child up early. And I know one family in all of my years who did that. So if we had a more formal program, maybe more people would take that up. But if it's a parent who's passionate about that and they ask the principal and they ask the teacher, they're going to make that happen and be feasible under the current model. And we're going to get, funded the same amount that we would otherwise. So I don't know if there's a way that we could somehow figure out if there is interest in that or not. But yeah, agreed. I think it's an interesting conversation.
I think, yeah, I think general consensus is nobody likes that. So.
based on feedback from the office supervisor employee group, our site leaders, we are working with legal counsel to restructure our current office supervisor positions to office manager positions. They're salaried and exempt from overtime in accordance with the Fair Labor Standards Act. We believe that this will better recognize the work that they are doing at our schools, allow these employees to not be watching the clock as they work, and save the organization from some overtime costs. We anticipate this change would save $105,000. I'd like to pause for discussion on this item before we move forward.
Ms. Wallace?
I have no questions about this.
Mr. Mikes?
Is this something that would just be an efficiency piece anyways? Okay.
Yes.
All right then.
Mr. Owens?
So what you're saying is we're moving them from hourly to salary, so we don't have to pay their overtime.
Yes, sir. But also restructuring the position so that makes sense under the Fair Labor Standards Act. I don't honestly believe that in practice you would see change in their position, more so recognizing the role they're actually serving and updating job descriptions to reflect what they actually are doing on our campuses.
Yeah, I just don't want to, I just want to make sure we're not trying to say, hey, we're going to take advantage of your, because I've worked salary positions, I've worked hourly positions. You guys are salary and you're here at 1013, right? So there's people that are going to say, I used to work overtime and get paid for it. Now I'm salary and I'm still going to be here because this is just what needs to be done. There's going to other people who be like, I'm out of here, right? That's just different people, but I don't want to put these people in a position where there was an expectation of them last year and moving forward, they feel like they're under pressure to perform the same and they're not getting paid for it.
I can't speak to every single office supervisor, but by and large, the feedback we've received from this group is this is a change that they would appreciate.
They didn't want to make this change last year when we made it, and I knew it was going to be a problem then when we talked about it, right? That overtime was going to be a problem, and then it was. So I'm very glad. Sorry, Ms. Moran, you go ahead.
No, I don't have any questions or issues. I'm in support of this.
I was in support of this before we made the change last time to not change to what we did. So.
All right. As we've continued to examine current practice, we've begun considering changing student advisors to be behavior coaches. Presently, we have behavior coaches largely at our K-5 schools and student advisors in our middle schools. They function the same as behavior supports on campus, but are on different placement charts. Our intention here would be to hold everyone's compensation as is, but have this align our behavior support positions across the district. This would save us money in the long run as we have student advisors retire or move on and their replacements be placed on the teacher or behavior coach chart instead. But I didn't model that because there wouldn't be an immediate change. I'd like to pause for discussion on this before we move forward.
Ms. Wallace.
I'm fine with that. I don't have any questions with that.
Mr. Mikes.
It sounds fine to me. Is there anything I'm missing with that piece?
Right? I too.
I don't think so, question mark?
Yeah. Okay. All
I
right.
guess we'll find out when they show up next year and they're very mad. So.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Owens. Ms. Moran.
Yeah, no questions on this. I support it.
We're good.
This slide shows the cost of various percentage of raises. However, these figures do not consider the cost of implementing the results of the compensation study. I'd like to pause here for discussion on raises. However, I would also like to discuss if it makes sense at this point in time to continue down the path of potential implementation of the compensation study. It would result in the need to make even further cuts than we have been discussing. What is built into the $3.5 to $4.5 million cut estimate is that dollar amount for a 2% raise, because that's been our historical practice. So a reduction from that would, if you're mentally calculating to the 3.5 or 4.5, would count as a reduction. It may make sense to look at some smaller groups of employees for the compensation study as opposed to the entire group. For example, those most closely connected to the state's minimum wage, which raises every year. The reason this group of employees brings particular interest is that if minimum wage raises by 3% next January, in the same way it did this January, we will have to make a mid-year adjustment to compensation to be in compliance. With that said, I'd like to pause for discussion around raises and the compensation study.
So with raises, like I said, every time we've ever done any surveys for our staff, and I do not disagree with what Board Member Wallace said, I too would choose to have a smaller class size than my raise. However, that has not been ever the feedback we've gotten from our staff. So based on that, I think that we should try to keep our 2% raises, and I also think we need to put a pin in the compensation study for now and come back to that later, even if that means we have to make an adjustment mid-year. I'd rather deal with that than right now. Ms. Wallace.
I'll go first again. As I said earlier, I obviously would always love to give everyone a raise. I love to give everyone a 5% raise every year. That is obviously our desire. It's also not maybe our current reality. And I, again, am more comfortable taking the 1.5% raise, which, again, while I realize is not what I want to do, I still think that student success and student achievement has to come first. And I think that if it's this or the class sizes, that's where I choose.
Mr. Mikes?
Well, number one, I don't, what you said about the minimum wage piece, as far as being one of those options to look at, I don't know what that might even mean as for a monetary
So-
piece, but I mean, I understand
Oh,
what
okay.
you said. I just,
Yeah.
I mean, if that's something to explore, I feel like that's something you just don't want to take off the table for it. As far as the raises and not, with Board Member Wallace, of course, I never want to decrease anything, but also I'm looking at these numbers, and if I say, 1.5%, if we have to do it, right now, it's just kind of a little bit of an arbitrary number for me, because I'm trying to process and see really where, and unfortunately, this is going to roll into a next week thing to maybe give me a little bit more information. What I do know is these are pretty hard numbers that we have here, right? I mean, where it's tiered out. But if we run a bunch of these other options and we have our class size piece and we come down and we say, hey, where's an additional gap we have to make up? If this happens to be coming on, as far as something we have to choose, then I guess we have to see what that percent might be. And so if it has to be, if we can keep it at 2%, awesome. If we have to go to the 1.5 or even or in between 2% and 1.5, do you know what I mean? I just feel that I think I agree with this having to be on the table to do, and I don't like that at all, but it has to be on there to look at. I just don't know what we need to steal from that as well to make things work.
Mr. Owens?
Yeah, I think all of you can agree, and most of you have been witness to the dumb questions I've asked over the last 3 years that I know I'm going to continue to ask more. I've gotten two messages that from teachers that would prefer smaller classrooms to a pay increase, right? But again, that's two people. We've talked about some people are going to want smaller classrooms, some people are going to want bigger classrooms. This decision also isn't going to affect everybody, right? If you have a big classroom and you don't get a pay increase, that's going to make you more angry than the teacher that didn't get a pay increase but has 24 students. That's the thing when you talk about equitable and all that stuff, right? Yes, this is a pay increase or a smaller increase affects everybody, but increased class size only affects certain teachers. So I don't know. Is there a way to tie raises to class size?
If you want a lawsuit, sure.
So there's a dumb question, right? Exactly. Never mind. No, I'm legit saying
I think it would be difficult because of how
that's
arbitrary.
That's actually the most equitable if you think about it.
Because of how arbitrary
Class size.
it would end up being.
Correct. Yes, I
Yeah.
know. That's why. But that's my point in all of it, is that some people aren't going to get a raise because we don't raise class sizes as much as we could. Or some people are going to get a raise and their classroom size didn't get changed at all. It's just the crux of the whole situation we're in.
Mr. Owens, if I can add, and certainly I'd have to rely on Ms. Satterfield's expertise from our past, but there was a period of time when class sizes in a former district I was in got to a certain amount, and instead of the team choosing to add additional staff, the teacher did receive additional compensation to have a larger class size for the remainder of the year. So to your point, there is a way to tie compensation to a class size.
Retention.
But it would
No, I
be, it
know.
would be certainly supplementary in nature, not
Correct.
necessarily a base salary, so.
And honestly, I think that's the point, to Board Member Wallace's point, where some people are like, it's not worth, whatever you're going to pay me extra is not worth the extra two or three students. So I get that. I did have one final point, and I totally forgot it. So if one of the things, I remember when I first learned about the 2%, that like it happens every year. That like actually was shocking to me. And knowing that it's because the funding per pupil goes up 2%, correct? Right? So the state does the calculation.
I do like to tie it to that. When you think about it, it will eventually become unsustainable because
From a budgetary.
from a budgetary perspective, it's a good narrative, it's a good way to describe why we do something, but it does have the potential to become unsustainable because it ignores a couple of different things. It ignores changes in enrollment. It also ignores changes in other costs. You know, we've talked about APS, for example, wants to consider raising rates 14%. When we talk about the budget being 90% salaries and benefits, and the state gives us a 2% increase each year, and we're passing that along, it doesn't give a lot of space to absorb those other cost increases that, frankly, we have very little influence over. But that is why we've, at least since I've been here, tied to that 2%. When we get the feedback that you know, it's not enough to cover the inflation costs and things of that nature, we can at least share that we're sharing the same inflation adjustment that we as an organization receive from the state.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think that's important to address, or at least reemphasize that, you know, we've as a business, as an organization, have gotten 2% more from the state for funding every year, and we have passed that on directly to our staff for raises. And that was a luxury that we were so happy to do. And now we're in a situation where that might not be a luxury anymore. And I think that, and we do know, yes, 100% inflation, 2% doesn't match inflation. Historically, that's been the case for a while, but recently, so I personally am in favor of one of these options of reducing the pay raise based on our limited budget.
Ms. Moran.
Yes, so I first want to address your point on the compensation study piece about the minimum wage. So as a board a few years ago, we decided we wanted to pay our hourly folks more than the minimum wage to try to better fill those positions. So at that point in time, it was $15 an hour we decided on. Well, minimum wage has caught up to that now, but it sounds as though we have not kept up with the increase in minimum wage. So I would like us to look at that to make sure that we have a differential from minimum wage in the starting next school year, to make sure that we at least can have something to say over any other hourly position that might be out there. Again, based on the fact that that was a decision that we made before, and I think it was a good decision, and it did help with our hourly employees. My thoughts on the raises are that I agree that while I would love to give 2%, because historically that's what we've done, the numbers don't add up to me. And so I think I would love to see 1.5, but I also agree with Board Member Mikes that if we get everything else to shuffle out and we're aiming at $4 million reduction and we can get that to 1.75, great. You know, I don't think it has to be set in stone. My other point with the raises is, would it be possible for us to put in the contracts, a 1.5 increase. And then if our enrollment were to increase and our budget looked better than we expected, to, at some point in the year, say, oh, we can now give you that differential. Or would that need to be potentially next year give a 2.5% if we give a one, to kind of average it out to the 2% per year?
There's various legalities around changing compensation once the year began due to the Gift of Public Funds clause in the Constitution. Given that it's 10:30, my brain's not working well enough to fully give you an answer tonight, but what I would recommend is that Executive Director Satterfield and I be given the opportunity to chat with legal around that concept. I do think there'd be a way to structure it. I don't know that it would be, to Dr. Davidson's earlier point around class sizes, you can do a lot of things with supplementary pay that you can't necessarily do with pure base level changes.
Okay, but I do think in the long run, because the pay amount and the percentage is impactful to retirement and things like that, if we went with the 1.5%, let's say, and we ended up with enrollment increases and our budget was healthier than we expected, then it would be in our employees' best interest to then give them potentially a higher raise the next year if we would see that being sustainable.
So ASRS payouts are really truly based on total compensation. It really doesn't matter if it's base pay
Okay,
or
so stipends are
supplementary
included in
pay.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where it does matter is year to year. As we've chatted about through this budget process, supplementary pay is quite a bit easier to remove in the future, whereas base pay is quite a bit harder to remove in the future. But if the thought process is around what that ultimate retirement compensation would be, that truly does consider full compensation, with the exception of leave payouts when you retire, not just base pay.
Okay, so that piece wouldn't be detrimental. Okay, interesting. Just trying to determine how we could make this pill potentially easier to swallow, in that, this might be a decision that we have to make based on what we're estimating for next year, but that's not to say that things won't end up being better than we think and that this is the way it will end either. So I'd like to be able to somehow keep that door or window open for discussion.
I am not opposed to that idea of some kind of, we do a stipend for our staff if our enrollment numbers are better than we were planning for. That is definitely something I would be open for doing. In the fact that it's 10:30, is there anything else that you absolutely want to get from us today? Or else can we move everything else to next? Well, in this.
The only thing I'll add, and it can be 10 seconds, is similar to in prior years, we will receive the ASBATE renewal information on March 1st. So the first time we'll be able to chat about that is when we bring it for approval on March 5th. We're actively working with Valley Schools to move back our dental coverage to them based on the feedback we've received. Same with vision. The vision plan we were on in the prior year is no longer being offered by Valley Schools, but from what we've gathered, the program that they've moved to is even better than the program we were on last year. So we are actively working to take that feedback into account.
But we moved from them because of a cost reason last year.
We
correct?
moved from them because of the cost and the feedback that we received from staff based on the cost.
Is they don't like it.
They don't like it, and so we moved based on feedback, and we're looking at moving back based on feedback.
Okay.
What I hope our staff takes from it is we do listen to feedback, even when it changes year to year.
And that they need to remember that when the cost goes up, that they wanted us to move it, because costs will be going up.
That would be very kind of them, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anybody else, any feedback on the benefits really quick? No? Mr. Owens? No? Okay. Okay, so we're gonna work out a meeting next week. And Ms. Wallace, if she has any extra feedback, is gonna send it to Dr. Davidson, to Ms. Contra, since she won't be able to be here whenever that is. Are you good for your stuff, though?
I am.
My laptop died, so I don't know.
If I can
Yep.
beg for a little bit further discussion, it would be that we don't table the community education rates, just because I do know it's time sensitive for Dr. Stair.
Mr. Vaughn, we will table that conversation, and Mr. Stair and I have been in communications. Thank you. Well, I shouldn't say that. I will rely on President Zeidema to make that decision, but Mr. Stair is open for that. So.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Stair, yeah, is good with us tabling his stuff. So I would like us to table all the rest of the agenda, and we'll have a budget meeting next week.
Is there a process that we have to
What
go
do
I
you
want to
need
hear
from
what
us? Hold on, Ms.
song
Contra.
Board Member Moran's going to sing first.
She can sing for us at the next meeting. But Ms. Contra, I want to make sure we do this right, because we're going to, like all the things, we're going to be done here. So hold on, I have to figure out what we have to do. She's going to tell me.
So I think we need to vote to table the remaining items, and we can do it in one, and I will fill in the others. We just need it all in agreement that we're
Okay.
tabling.
So
I move to table the rest of the agenda and
to a
adjourn the meeting.
later date. Is that good enough? Then we can
Thank you.
piece part them?
Yes. Yes.
Wonderful.
I'll second that.
Okay, so motion from Mr. Owens, second from Mr. Mikes. Ms. Wallace?
Yay? Are we
Mr.
voting now?
Mr. Mikes?
To table the rest of the agenda and adjourn the meeting.
And adjourn the meeting.
Oh, can we do them
Oh,
both, or do I?
okay.
No, we can't. No, no,
Oh,
no.
come on,
Table the item.
emotion's been
Okay.
made.
Yay.
Yay.
Yay to table the rest of the agenda.
Mr. Owens?
Yay.
Ms. Moran?
Yay.
I'm a yay. Okay,
I
now.
move to adjourn the meeting.
A second.
Motion from Mr. Owens, seconds from Ms. Wallace. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? No, we're done. Good. Thank you, everybody that joined us. We're very sorry that it was so long. And thank you all to you guys. I'm so sorry that you all have to be here so early again tomorrow.
And for those of you who are new around here, we used to have meetings that went this late all the time.
And I never want to do it again.